Rumble, YouTube, what's good? What's happening, family? Ironwork 92,000 in the house. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what we do every Tuesday. It is True Earth Tuesday coming at you live and in full effect. And tonight, this night should, and I'm guaranteeing it will, change a lot of y'all's lives. So before we kick it off with the Urbano Monte map, my thing definitely is always to talk about everybody's health, right? Not only my own, but many of our folks within the chat and within the Ironwork family and within the True Earth community. We tend to be grown-ups, right? Folks typically around 40s into their 50s, 60s, and so on. So, but that doesn't mean that we don't have our ailments. And in fact, we tend to have more ailments than normal folks, right? So, before I continue, first, let me say what's up to the house. I want to say what's up to everybody, okay? In the chat, Axis Mundi, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Truth is now, all is now. How are you doing? Haven't seen you before, but welcome. PJ Cruikshank, what's going on, PJ? What's happening, man? All right, it's nice to see you, brother. Strap yourselves in, man. We in for a good show tonight. We in for a good show. For Jax, what's good, brother? What's going on with you? All right, all right. Hey, Barbara. All right. Hey, it's good to see you. Amazing. Amazing, amazing. Okay. Barbara, it's good to see you. For Jax, Barbara, and Saddlebomb. What's going on, man? How you doing? I don't think I've seen you here this early, but we've got folks here now. And before I continue my, pseudo monologue, right? Of course, I was saying folks in and around our age, we tend to have our small ailments and everything else. But of course, we know that a lot of the medical stuff is nonsense. We know that we have alternatives out there. And what I'm going to show you, I don't know if you'd call it an alternative, but this definitely isn't something that you'd find in your traditional medical facility, as far as I know. You know what I'm saying? And me, myself, I know me being a vet, of course, getting disability and everything else. I've been through the ringer, but not as bad as other vets, right? But aside from just being a vet, you've got other folks out there that work in fields that increase your chances of typical ailments. Folks may work in a cave, right, and may get black lung. Folks may work, breaking down asbestos. I don't know if that's still a thing. I know back in the late 90s and stuff, it was a big thing to be breaking down facilities that had, the potential for asbestos dust and everything. So just working in an industry like construction and the like, we run the risk of inhaling carcinogens and everything else. And then at the end of the day, it could totally ruin our bodies. So, of course, we turn to our good old fashioned American medical system, and then we find ourselves ailing for years and then ultimately dying before our time. Tonight, people, I'm going to stop popping my gums, okay? Because the information I'm telling you, if you hadn't already, make sure you get your folks, make sure you get your friends, your family, anybody that could possibly be ailing themselves, get them on here as soon and as fast as you can if they ain't already here. Tonight, people, I got for you some folks that are going to blow your socks off with some good information that you could carry out into the world, and you could take care of yourselves with this. You could take care of yourselves with this. So without further ado, let me first introduce to y'all Butters. Butters, welcome.
Hey, everybody.
Everybody, y'all know who Butters is. Y'all know what he do. He's the first person that introduced me into this type of information. And of course, Butters, you know what it is. You know what it does. So
I basically told Ironworks here that I wouldn't be able to do this by myself, that my information is firsthand experience. And I wanted to bring on the guy that I actually purchased it from, and I've met and I know personally now for probably 7 or 8 years. So, yeah, that's. I asked him, and he's here as well, and his name is Andy. So, I know I just I took your spot there, but
Hey,
But
it
I
is.
think that this will be some good information for everybody, like Vlad said, and this is going to go just some alternative medicine or remedies that we can help ourselves with, and there's going to be a wealth of knowledge. I'm basically going to do a basic presentation to set the foundation, just to give you guys a rundown, and then I'm going to hand it over to Andy. That's going to be your wealth of knowledge here.
That's right. And y'all know this ain't an Ironwork 92,000 production without the internet going bad. So be ready for that to happen too, y'all. But without further ado, me popping my everything, let's welcome to the stage Andy.
How are you guys doing?
Andy, welcome, welcome. Andy, welcome, welcome. So, Andy, we were just talking bad about you, me and Buttered Biscuits, right? And you're basically the man that put Buttered on, and Buttered, or rather Brian's the one that put me on with this information that I feel is going to change a lot of people's lives. So, Andy, the floor is yours, please.
Well, basically, it's hydrogen, and it's hydrogen in water, or you can breathe it, and it cures about everything. I mean, I have a lady named Vicky. She's down in Mississippi, and she's on a liver transplant list, and they say she'll die before she gets one. So I talked to her over the phone. Her boyfriend wanted me to talk to her, and we got her on the hydrogen, and I got her to quit doing meat and drinking alcohol and stuff. And in 6 months, she's off of the liver transplant list. And I told her that, stay on there just in case, because, of course, her problem was it was all from what she was eating and stuff. That's why she got bad. So right now she's okay, but if she falls back, she's not going to be good either. But when you were talking about health as well, if you get sick and can't work, I mean, where's your money coming from? I have an older brother. He's 18 months older, and he has multiple myeloma cancer, which means his white killer T cells are cancerous. So every place in his body is full of cancer. They gave him less than 6 months to live. Every 6 weeks he goes to the VA hospital because he got sprayed with Agent Orange, and his cancer doubles every 6 weeks. So I got him on broccoli sprouts, which helps kill that stuff, and also hydrogen, which enhances it. And in 6 weeks of taking it, he went to the doctor, and the doctor says, "Well, you got cancer, but it won't kill you. See me in a year." Well, now he's been about 5 years now past his death date. But with cancer, even though you can get it pushed back, you can't get rid of it because the stem cells are still there. So I keep telling everybody, if you think you've killed it, you better go another 2 years, because you really haven't killed it. So he did the second year, he did the hydrogen and broccoli sprouts, went back to the doctor a year later, and the doctor said, "Well, whatever you're doing, keep doing it, because your cancer now is half of what it was last time. Now you went from a 2 to a 1. The next year, his sprouts got moldy, stopped doing the sprouts. Then he quit the hydrogen. The third year he goes back, and his cancer's back to where it was. So he didn't want to tell me, but he told my wife, and she wouldn't tell me. So I finally found out about that, got him back on the broccoli sprouts and the hydrogen. His cancer's back down again. Of course, my brother's the sharpest knife in the drawer, and he stopped doing it again. Now his cancer's back again. He's done this for 5 years now. Now he stopped again. He hasn't been doing it for about a year and a half. Now he has MS, Parkinson's, and cancer. Of course, the MS, there's one research on MS, and the research says it flat erratically kills it. It's totally gone. I had one doctor in Idaho call me up. He says, "Well, does it kill MS?" I says, "I read the stupid research, but there's so many words in there, I didn't understand a thing it said." So he said, "Well, send it to me." I sent it to him. He read it. Next day, he ordered a machine. I said, "What did it say?" He says, "It kills MS." I called his wife about a month and a half, 2 months later, and she said, "I don't know if it killed the MS. All I know is I was only up for 2 hours a day. Now I'm up from 7 in the morning till 9 o'clock at night. I'm never going to stop drinking that hydrogen." So I only have that kind of information. But you take like Parkinson's, there was 5 researchers on that. But the last one, they took 85 women, 85 men, did a double-blind placebo. Half of them drank hydrogenated water, the other half drank nitrogen water. And so 6 months later, they sent them all back to their doctors. The ones who did the hydrogen, half of them, the doctor said, you no longer have Parkinson's. But the other half were improved. Their symptoms were improved. But, on something like that, you don't know how bad off they were. They might have been so bad off. They might have destroyed their body so much that there's no way to come back from it. But they were improved, but it wasn't a cure like the other half were.
Wow.
Then the other half just took the nitrogen. All of them got worse, and a bunch of them even died. And so it's good stuff.
Guys, when he says MS, he's not talking about Microsoft or anything like that. He's talking about
sclerosis.
There we go, the multiple sclerosis. So this is a disease that it attacks stuff. I honestly don't even know about multiple sclerosis that much. I've just heard of the disease. I don't even know what it affects.
My mother died of it.
I'm sorry?
What was that?
My mother died of it.
Wow. So this is a very big.
Your body just totally slowly shuts down. First you don't walk, then one arm quits working, then the other one, then only your fingers are working. It slowly gets you down until finally your heart goes.
Wow. And so I know this is something that killed Richard Pryor. If you guys are familiar with Richard Pryor, everybody knows him, the comedian. I know multiple sclerosis killed him. And so if this is something, and now here's the thing, disclaimer. We are not doctors. We are not medical doctors. We're just giving you information, right? And Mr. Harold over here is giving you information based on what his experiences and what he's seen and what he's performed and what he's done. So we are not doctors. Let's put that out there, okay? So
I also put up the share screen there for the presentation if you want me to go over that, just to kind of give a breakdown for everybody as a foundation of what it is and how it helps.
Yes, and guys, I'm gonna give you guys over to Andy. Andy is going to give you a brief as to what it is we are talking about, so you have a better understanding. And let me add that to the stage right now. Boom, there it is.
Yeah, it was myself that put this together. This is the machine that I purchased from Andy itself about 7 years ago now. He helped me there's moving parts in it, so there are things that will need cleaned and so on and so forth. And I went back down just recently. You can see it's got a little bit of usage out of it. You end up adding what is it? It's I always forget the name. Sodium hydroxide into the unit itself. Sorry. So that's what ends up using as a. That's not going to work. That's all right. Anyways, that's what works as an electrolyte within the water, and also the electricity that is going inside this unit right here. So just to give you a little rundown of what it is, there's a bubbler here, and there's also, you can use a face mask so that you can breathe this on top of that. And so as Vlad said, medical disclaimer, I did this just basically to back him up, and and his channel as well. So, it's for informational purposes only. It's not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. Always seek the advice of your physician with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. Always consult your physician before starting an exercise program or doing anything contained in this video. Always stop if you experience any pain, discomfort, or difficulties performing anything described in this video. So that's the disclaimer out of the way. So what is this? It's molecular hydrogen and H2 therapy. And molecular hydrogen is obviously a gas. It's made of 2 hydrogen atoms. The atoms are bonded together with nonpolar covalent bond, which means it is very stable. Hydrogen gas in concentrations between 5 and 78% is highly explosive. So take note of that. I will demonstrate that in the last couple of slides of how that is a danger, and I'll let Andy also talk about that as well. But however, the atmosphere contains only small amounts of the molecular hydrogen, and as 0.00005%. So in comparison, the Atmos contains about 21% of oxygen and 75% nitrogen. And additionally, when hydrogen is dissolved in water, it's not explosive. It's similar to gunpowder being dissolved in water. So once it's under the water itself, you're pretty well contained, other than the bubbles itself, which I'll show you how that is explosive. But the bubbles will pop, and it's not, the water itself is not going to blow up or anything else. So it cannot explode in the water itself or in that kind of environment. Molecular hydrogen therapy is the administration of the molecular hydrogen, in other words, breathing it. And there's different ways, but there's 4 common methods of administration. The 2 which I have used is obviously inhalation, which I had I don't know if I don't even want to call it the CVIDs, but I think it was more like the shedding from work, people from work itself. And I was getting pretty sick, and I definitely wasn't going to go to the doctor and end up like Rob Skiba or anything. So I was using this along with ivermectin and it took about 3 days, and I was over it. But I was hitting me real hard. So there's hydrogen-rich water, which is adding the hydrogen to water, and it basically molecularizes the water itself. Then there's a saline injection. I don't know hardly anything about that itself. I've never tried that. I think I was asking him yesterday about it. And he knows a little bit about it too, so I'll let him discuss on that. And then you have bathing in hydrogen water, which Andy does have some people that he has recommended doing that, and he'll give you some testimonies if we can remember to get to that later on too. So the health benefits of hydrogen, water, and gas. I believe there are 8 natural laws of health. This is observable things that if you don't do them, then it will basically tear your health up in one way or another. But the 8 are nutrition, exercise, water, sunlight, temperance, air, rest, and trust. So I want to show you on all of these some studies. I'm going to basically break it down with different studies that are showing you how it helps with each one. So you've got first one being nutrition. And as we know, the constant lack of nutrition will observably show a deterioration in a person's health. So that's why I call it an observable law. And although drinking molecular hydrogen will not directly provide nutrients to the body, it has been shown to do the following. First, it acts as an antioxidant. And you will be able to discuss this a little bit more, but 1.5 liters of hydrogen water will be the same antioxidants as eating 518 apples. So that's helpful to think about as well. But it acts as a powerful antioxidant. It's been shown to protect cells even from cystotoxic reactive oxygen species, and inhalation of H2 gas has been shown to suppress brain injuries through these effects. If anybody wants this presentation afterwards, I did send it to Ironwork, so he can also share this if you guys want it. But there are specific, the articles themselves. So these are each linked in here, and these are going to show you studies that are linked as well. So hydrogen also supports antioxidant systems. So it supports your body's natural antioxidant system by signaling pathways associated with prevention of disease. So although it's not necessarily nutrition, it will help to provide that nutrition in your cells itself, because it's going to oxidate your entire body very quickly on top of that. Andy, how fast did you state, and how much of a percentage is it that the hydrogen gets into your cells after drinking it?
Within 5 minutes, every cell in your body will have hydrogen in it.
There you go.
Even the brain cells, and you have the brain barrier, so hydrogen goes right through it, where most things do not go through the brain barrier.
Correct. Wow. Yeah. So the next law being exercise, and as we know, consistent lack of exercise and mobility will observably show a deterioration in a person's health. If you're laying around all day and eating potato chips and not moving, you're gonna you're going to feel it, right? And although it doesn't directly provide exercise for the body, it has been shown to do the following. Again, it's anti-inflammatory. It has been shown to be extremely anti-inflammatory, and research on patients with rheumatoid arthritis are extremely promising. You have hydrogen protects your muscles. And in this study down here, hydrogen water prevented muscle wasting in mice and had muscular dystrophy. Hydrogen also boosted the natural production of glutathione, which is often called our master antioxidant. It helps to reduce pain, as Andy was already bringing up. The effects of hydrogen on patients with chronic pain have shown a significant decrease in pain, and this pain relief is due to the reduction in oxidative stress caused by the anti-inflammatory and antioxidant properties of hydrogen gas. So again, it's not necessarily going to help you. It's not going to be exercise for you, but it will keep you mobile. That's the point. It's going to help with your, if you have inflammation, obviously you're going to have more pain. This will bring down that, and also help you if you do work out. It's going to help reduce muscle fatigue, so on and so forth. You're going to quickly, it's almost like I believe, Andy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's been shown 2 times to basically help your body recover 2 times faster as not drinking it itself. So
well, they did a test on long distance bike riders, and those who had drank hydrogenated water before they went performed about 13% better than they ever did before, and they passed others who ran out of gas, you might say.
All right. So I didn't make the disclaimer at the beginning of this too. I want to let everybody know I have no interest in this. This is completely out of just because it's information that I think is good for people. I'm not getting a penny out of this or anything else. Andy makes these, but he really doesn't make much off of them anyways. And he'll give you stories about that too. But just as a disclaimer, just to let everybody know, I have no affiliation, anything with anybody else. Andy's a guy that I bought it from. He's done his research, and he's been in this for 10 years. So, and he's been making these specifically for health, this health machine, for 10 years. So, all right, last one there. Again, sport-related recovery. It reduces muscle fatigue in athletes after intense exercise, as I mentioned, and reduces lactic acid buildup, which obviously improves muscle function. Now, the next law here, water. Obviously, this is a form of water itself, and a lack of hydration will observably show a deterioration in a person's health as well. And molecular hydrogen helps in the following ways for your hydration. So hydrogen can be help to balance the pH of the blood. It will actually make you alkaline. Andy, the studies of this too. It's like 9.5, but it will bring you up to the 7.3, 7.4 alkaline pH level.
Yeah, you don't want to get too alkaline because that gives you problems too. But the obvious place you want to be is like 7.3, 7.4. If you're down acidic down into like 5.3, 5.4, you'll have cancer. That's where cancer flourishes, and if you have a little bit, you're going to have a lot. And I think it supports cancer.
But this, by bringing your alkaline level, your pH level higher,
cancer.
You won't be able to grow cancer itself. So it does not thrive in an alkaline. It will not actually grow in alkaline environment. So these are obviously beneficial to people who are extremely physical and active, and extreme exercise can cause acidosis. On top of that, if you drink a lot of coffee and sodas, that will also bring you into an not alkaline. Sorry,
acidic?
what's the right? Yeah, acidic property in your body as well. So hydrogen also affects your cell modulation. It's been has effects in the cells that help them maintain homeostasis and a healthy modulation. So through healthy gene expression, cellular metabolism, hydrogen positively affects cellular processes on many different levels. Your next thing is sunlight, and you would think, how in the world is this going to help me with sunlight? But if we have a lack of sunlight, you're going to have that deterioration in a person's health. And the first thing is hydrogen will boost your mitochondria, which is a powerhouse of your cells. So it helps you. It's responsible for your energy levels day to day, and studies show hydrogen-rich water finds it improves the mitochondrial function. So again, that's very similar to what vitamin D does for you. So it's going to work hand in hand to keep your cells working properly. As we know, vitamin D is a very important nutrient that we need these days as well, and sunlight is the best way to receive it. Hydrogen protects against DNA damage, so you know that you can receive radiation damage from the sun. So this will help to protect your DNA against radiation damage, and it does so by scavenging hydroxyl radical formation. Andy has a interesting story on that. Do you want to bring that up about Tokyo and their nuclear facility, Andy?
Japan
Fukushima,
is Japan is really serious about hydrogen. Matter of fact, the machine I sell, I'd have to go to the government and get it licensed because it produces any machine that produces more than 300 parts per million milliliters per minute has to be registered with the government as a medical machine. Mine does about 1,000. So 1/3 of all the population has it in their homes, the machine, and the machine expensive. They're over $3,000, and they have to finance them on payments. And when the nuclear reactor got messed up from that tidal wave, the government gave machines to everybody that got radiation damage, and only one person died. They all got sick because hydrogen fixes radiation damage. Even the astronauts, they have hydrogen in the air they breathe up there. When they come down, they breathe hydrogen or drink the water for 2 weeks after they get down, because the radiation above the atmosphere is 29 times stronger than is here down on the ground. And so they take the hydrogen for fixing their radiation damage. Even if you do a lot of x-rays or MRIs, MRI is like 100 times more radiation than an x-ray. So, I mean, the hydrogen will help you there.
There you go. So again, it's protective against cancer. At this point, you guys, it probably doesn't surprise you, since hydrogen now can protect against oxidative stress, damage to the DNA. Hydrogen's also been observed to reduce side effects of chemotherapy in patients. So as Andy was just mentioning, temperance is an old term, but basically it just means lack of self-control. So basically overindulging in one thing itself and eating a whole bunch of potato chips and Doritos and all the time as your only meal or something to that effect can obviously deteriorate your body as well, observably. So hydrogen prevents social defects and depressive-like behaviors induced by PTSD. I probably should have put more in there. I think I was getting to the point that I didn't want to keep adding a whole bunch of additionals, although some of these still do. Hydrogen can help cure depressive-like behaviors as well. With neuroinflammation, inflammation, and oxidative stress may be major contributors to major depressive disorders. Hydrogen-rich water on depressive-like behavior may be mediated by suppression of the inflammation activation, resulting in attenuated protein IL-1B and ROS production. So there's your link for that. I'm sorry?
Don't you hate those words?
Yes. It's unnecessary, I know.
Okay.
I try. Hydrogen gas ameliorates ameliorates acute alcoholic liver injury by anti-inflammatory and antioxidant effects and regulation of intestine microbiota. So again, it will help even people that have alcoholic liver injury, as long as their cells are not completely dead in the case of complete liver failure itself. As long as they're not dead, they can be brought back, and this will actually help and aid and make it much faster for the accelerating this alcohol metabolism and regulating your homeostasis and maintain your immune balance. So interesting. Yeah, I mean, you see, it's all over the place. There's all kinds of research out there. I'm only picking and choosing a few just to give you guys the studies themselves, the links, and also I'll provide you other link that you can look them up for anything else that you might have. So hydrogen gas inhalation protects against cigarette smoke-induced COPD development. Andy has an interesting story on this one. I do know too.
Yeah, there's one research where this lady was on 100% oxygen, and she was really bad off. I mean, she couldn't survive without the oxygen, and she was still smoking. So they didn't give her too long to live, but they, just for the heck of it, they hooked her up to hydrogen. Now, this is a research. It's been published. And in 6 months, she was cured of her lung problem and still smoking cigarettes.
And still smoking cigarettes. You guys catch that? And she's completely cured, but she's continuing to smoke anyways. Yeah. And on top of that, that's pretty dangerous if you're going to be inhaling this and then catching yourself on fire or something like that, because it is going to be in your lungs itself. So if you do smoke, be careful not to be smoking like 30 minutes thereafter. Hydrogen gas repairs lung injuries, and hydrogen gas inhalation shows the repair of lungs and acute lung injuries. I've seen other studies that were out there. I don't know if I put them in there, but that basically if you had to get a transplant of a lung itself, they've given hydrogen gas to these transplant people, and it's shown complete like healing after the surgery itself, and their bodies will actually accept the transplant on top of that. So hydrogen water alleviates lung injury induced by one lung ventilation, and so on. The next one will be rest. We're almost there. Obviously, the lack of rest. I've seen studies that if you make it 5 days without sleeping, you'll be dead. Like there's no one that's lived past that. I believe it's been 5 days.
Jeez.
Yeah, and you will die. And they've, it's pretty crazy because that's probably CIA that's doing these studies on people and keeping them awake the entire time. But first you'll start to go crazy, and yeah. So hydrogen-rich water improves your sleep consolidation, enhances forebrain neuronal activation. Inhalation of hydrogen gas is effective for reducing oxidative stress, preventing left ventricle remodeling induced by intermittent hypoxia relevant to sleep apnea. So if anybody out there has sleep apnea itself and you're worried about that's a common thing. If people do have sleep apnea, they have their left ventricle compartment of their heart will begin to not work properly. It won't shut properly, and this will help to actually repair your heart itself. And Andy he has a firsthand testimony. You want to give that, because you gave me a firsthand on that for yourself.
What is that? Is that the congestive heart failure one?
Well, yeah, that I'm relating it to that. Yeah.
Yeah, I got 6 months after I got COVID. I was supposed to get my knee work done, and I was resistant because as long as I drank hydrogen, it started feeling better. But then my children, my wife, so I went to the cardiologist for the test, and they said I had congestive heart failure. They said that my valve, 45% of the time, wasn't closing. Mm-hmm. So I said, what the heck, And so I had no symptoms. And so they said that I would I would get worse, and they always say that crap. But what happened is I started hammering down the hydrogen, and I went and saw the cardiologist 3 months later, and now my valve is closing 0.004% of the time. So I told the doctor, cured. He said, "Oh no, you're never cured. You'll have to take that medicine forever."
Of course.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So also hydrogen water shows to be an anti-aging agent that tackles several hallmarks of aging, including loss of function, telomere length shortening. Telomere shortening is a well-known hallmark of both cellular senescence and organismal aging. An accelerated rate of the telomere attrition is also a common feature of age-related diseases. So there's 2 studies that are there for both of those. And
And
so,
let me here a second.
sure.
So, does anybody know what a telomere is? A telomere is at the end of your DNA. It's like a fastener that stops the DNA from unraveling, kind of like the tip on a shoelace. Okay? So when you're born, your telomeres are only so long. Every time your cell divides, it gets cut in half. Okay? So soon you run out of it, then your cell dies of old age, and that's what people die of, old age, because your telomeres are too short. But if you take hydrogen, it grows longer. And there's some other stuff you can take. I looked it up. I found some other stuff you can take, so you can actually make your telomeres longer. And the research has a hypothesis that if you do A, B, and C, there's no reason why you can't live to 150 years old and still run around like you're 50 years old.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, last one here, and then I'm about done. So the last thing is trust. This is, if you don't trust in your creator, and if you don't trust in other people, and you have no trust for anything at all, your family, anybody, you will, obviously have a deterioration on your health as well. So cultivating trust and spirituality can provide emotional support and inner strength. So these are not necessarily studies, but believing in and receiving healing is crucial in a person's trust in the creator, and provides a testimony that can give life to others by observable proof. And that's the reason basically I'm on here today, is because I was just feeling sluggish and slow of energy, and kind of depressed on top of that. And I started drinking this, and again, just being able to stay awake throughout the day. It's kind of like drinking coffee, but without any of the down bits of it. I'm able to stay up late, and my mind's still working. And if I don't have it, then I fall right back to where I was before. And yeah, it's almost like a dopamine kind of thing. It really does help you to get things done throughout the day. So again, hydrogen water is not a cure-all, but it can be with proper changes in lifestyles, your consumption of foods, the added benefits of a body rich in hydrogen. Your trust is gained in one's own abilities and others. So it gives you the ability to love yourself as you love others. Finally, if you do want additional research, this is molecularhydrogeninstitute.org. You can go to the scientific studies portion on it, and they have studies on each one of these. I can click it here. Oh, it's not going to let me. I can pull it up if you want to, but anyone that you want to pull up, you can look up. There's bones, cancer, other articles, lung, brain, liver, human studies, heart, kidney, registered clinical studies. There's all kinds. There's like 10,000 studies on this or something to that effect. It's a wealth of knowledge. If you have something that you're kind of wondering about, and if this might be able to help you, you could just do a Control F, hit something, touch the part that you're having issues with, like the pain, or if you have something with your gut itself or your spine and pancreas. There's all kinds of different information out there. So this is a wealth of knowledge. So make a note or come back to the stream itself and take note of the website for later as well. Again, I'm not affiliated, neither is Andy with them. It's just that I found that they have a lot of information there, and it's a easy way to get the information. So finally, this is Andy's own video itself. This is the unit, and I have one sitting next to me here so I can show you guys how it works. But he's doing a little bit just to give a little feeding what it is and how it works. So I'll go, oops. There we go.
And guys, that website, I went ahead and I pinned it at the top of the Facebook joint. So if you want to see it, if you want to go to it at any time, it's pinned at the top right there, molecularhydrogeninstitute.org.
Perfect. All right, this will also show you that this isn't just bubbly water. But go ahead, Andy.
They changed it to .com because .org was a nonprofit, and the guy got bored, so he went .com.
Okay.
Oh no, so this one is .org. I copied and I pasted it. I still have it up too on my.
You got the shadows of his old one. The new one is .com.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay. So,
all right. I'll go ahead and I'll put that in as well. Thank you.
Okay, got it. I didn't know that. All right.
Andy, if you can kind of explain what you're doing, because we're having a tough time hearing that.
Yeah, I used that. So the dial, I don't put it on everybody's because there's some people who are anal, they want to only get like 750 milliliters. And so they don't want to get the full 1,000. So you put that on, you can dial it down because, there's all this information on the internet that makes people scared. So, but I used to breathe it all night long. I used to drill a hole into my mask on my CPAP, and I breathed it for 8 hours straight all night long. And I did it for a couple of years, and it really helped me out. My wife made me take it out of the bedroom because she complained it made too much noise. Otherwise, I would be doing
it. Okay.
His wife's a sweetheart too, honestly.
She just can't sleep with noise.
So here he's showing. Of course, he was showing right there.
Yep, that's how you adjust
where the water goes in itself, along with the electrolytes. This is the fill line and the bubbler itself, so that it'll take out impurities.
That's a nano bubbler. See the small bubbles?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They tumble through the water. If there's any impurities that come from the electrolyte on the inside, it's all washed out.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
It keeps wanting to shift over. I'm sorry about that, guys. All right. So there's that.
Boy, that one works good.
Yeah, that one, he's just using dish soap itself, dish soap water, but it does go into another one that's just like the first one for additional impurities. But he's
plastic glass because it'll shatter otherwise.
Yeah.
Plastic glass. Okay.
It's like a shotgun going on.
You're gonna blow it up because what he's gonna do, he's demonstrating it. He's letting the bubbles cure up there with the dish soap. It's causing the bubbles. And then that way you can light it on fire or match, and you'll see the explosion that basically it has. So it's kind of proving that this isn't just bubbly water. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you'll see here in a second. He's gonna light a match to it. So.
Oh boy.
It doesn't sound very loud on the video, but it is loud in real person.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'll skip over your shop. I
That's
told
like,
you he's a mad scientist. There you
yeah,
go.
I actually had 3 inventions made in China. The first, there it goes.
You guys see that?
Holy moly, my gosh.
All
It,
right,
it,
so that's one. Here's another one that he was bubbling it into a larger one. And I just wanted to show you guys that this is not just bubbly water. This is real hydrogen. It does create it. And he has tester. But
that one, I have earplugs on, and my ears are still ringing.
there you go.
So it's very important.
I did a gallon jug once, knocked me back about 3 foot, even though I was braced
That's basically it. All right.
for 5 miles.
So I do have mine here. It's sitting up here. I can demonstrate it anyways. I have a match, but I have a glass one, and I don't necessarily want to do it. I
If
do.
you do glass, it'll break.
Yeah.
Butters, man, I don't know, bro.
Yeah, I know. Watch me blow up on the thing, but no, you'll be fine. So I'm gonna turn it on. You can kind of see. Typically, what's your for bubbling itself? I usually give it 3 to 5 minutes. But Andrew, what's the how long should you bubble it and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, I mean, 3 to 5 is fine. I mean, sometimes I do it for 20 minutes, an hour, because I forget about it. I just throw it in there and bubble it. When I come back, it's been whatever time it is.
Okay.
Yeah, so
It only goes to 7.5 parts per million. It cannot go more because the hydrogen goes between the water molecules. There's no way you can get higher than that without pressure.
that's the same unit. I don't have the other that thing that he was saying to adjust it, so you can kind of see the amperage. I'm actually pretty far up there. I think it's up to about 12 on the amperage. Andy tested the other day. I came over and had him do some cleaning and maintenance on it, and he ran it through. He's got a tester to see how much actually hydrogen it's producing. And the one that this one was doing 1,012, I believe it was. I have a picture of it
Wow.
to show that as well.
And you said, now, real quick, before we continue, you said how much equals how many apples, I think it was, or the antioxidant food? How many parts per million? 1 glass is the equivalent of, or 1 liter and a half is the equivalent of what again?
516 apples or 756 bananas.
God dang.
That's
Yeah,
1.5 liters worth of antioxidant.
Yo, if you tried to eat that many apples, your booty hole would be on fire. I'm telling you right now, y'all.
You'd be broke.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, no kidding. They're like $3 a piece now.
Yeah.
Well, even it's also 38 carrots or 45 bundles of spinach or 3.7 pumpkins.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
So look at all the money you'd save from the grocery store.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Especially these days where they're removing the nutrients from the food. So think
Oh, yeah.
about that as well. Because
Well, you know, in the
this
tomato,
right here,
that hard
Yeah, go ahead.
stem down the center is because of lack of nutrients.
wow.
Because my garden, I don't have that hard center on mine
Right.
because I get all the missing nutrients.
Huh. Okay. That I did not know. But you see, that plays a big role right there, y'all. Like your food is supposed to give you the nutrients. This right here, it sounds like it could help push those nutrients directly into your system so you ain't got to be missing too much. You know what I'm saying? Which is absolutely amazing.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
So Andy, you've got some other stories I know. You want to discuss about the guy with the liver?
So I got a friend. His name's Gary Leonard down in Humboldt, Texas. We were in the Air Force together over in Cheyenne in the Minuteman missiles. And he looked me up. I forgot all about him because that was back in 74, 73. So he looked me up and stuff, and he was telling me about all these different things. And I told him what I was doing. And he had a friend named Bob, and he's got cancer in the liver. And they gave him like 2 or 3 months to live. And I told him, I said, if you like your friend Bob, and you don't want him to die, then you need to buy a machine. So he bought a machine, gave it to Bob, and he was supposed to do broccoli sprouts, but he wouldn't do the broccoli sprouts. He just did the water, and they cut half of his liver off. And they said he still has cancer, but he can live a couple of years longer. No, so he finally he drinks 2 gallons of hydrogenated water a day.
God.
That's the most. You can't drink 2 gallons in a day. But anyway, his cancer is gone now. His liver's growing. He said his blood work has the best it's ever been, and so he's not going to stop doing it. So Gary had another friend who had cancer, and he gave him the machine. They wouldn't do it at all, and he died.
Oh my God.
So he's bought 3 machines from me and given to his friends. He's even sending one back to refurbish it to send out again to somebody else. And he's trying to send one to his son over in Michigan, because it seems like everybody has got cancer in his family. Because I guess Humboldt, Texas used to be a chemical dumping ground.
Oh my gosh.
And so everybody, all his children, everybody's got it. So he's sending machines to everybody. But I keep telling him, you can't fix stupid. Some people won't do it. They'll believe in the doctors. If I'm going to die, I'm going to die. And there's other people who will fight to the end to live, and they do.
Wow.
That's it.
Wow. And you guys, here's the thing. Now we're coming into an age, we're coming into a time where the truth is coming out, right? And we can't rely on what the people in charge used to tell us. And now that's turning, a lot of these things are turning out to either be lies or highly deceitful. So if you ain't got nothing to lose, my thing is pay special attention to these guys, right? These guys actually have the experience with this stuff. And look, I ain't like, just like Buzz, I ain't here to I ain't making nothing off of this. I just want, my thing is to make you empower people. You know what I'm saying? To inform y'all. So listen to Mr. Harold, listen to these testimonies. And today is like a point in the road, right? Where you can either continue doing what you're doing, right? Or take this information and just look to do something, if not for yourself, look to do something for somebody else. Because I could guarantee you, y'all know people that got some kind of sickness. I know a bunch of people that are either old or have something, and I know they could definitely use these machines. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Did anybody got a question?
Yeah, and questions, y'all. Yo, come up with these questions. Now's that time.
If not, I got more stories.
Yeah, there's more stories, but also tell them how much you should drink, and how long. I think the other one is, how long. I already brought up how long to bubble it, but also how long does it last? After bubbling it,
4 to 8 hours after you bubble it. So I used to bubble it, put it in a thermos, and take it to work with me and drink it all day at work.
Wow. So then you mentioned
you want to have 1.5 liters a day, right? That's what the studies typically are done at least.
All the studies are based on 1 liter a day.
1 liter a day.
So when I find somebody with cancer, because hydrogen is like 1/300th the size of a cancer cell. So the cancer the hydrogen is a scavenger. A scavenger will find something wrong in your cell, and it'll take a chunk of it, and it'll try to remove it, the scavenger, okay? So your body will either repair the cell or it'll destroy the cell and make a new one. Now, the example is they did research on type 1 diabetes, which is where you don't make insulin anymore. So they took 15 people. They were making 0 insulin. They gave them for a month 1 liter of hydrogen water to see what would happen. And there were 3 of them started making insulin. Now, it wasn't but like 1, 2, or 3%, so it wasn't enough to be significant. But what they figured out is they had half dead cells. The hydrogen scavenged them, their body repaired them, and it started working again.
Wow.
So the researchers said that since most people start out with type 1 diabetes in their early 20s, if they would have had hydrogen, they would never went full-blown type 1 diabetes.
Wow. Holy smokes. And you know what? I think the diabetes is one that hits people a little bit closer to home, and this is something that you're more. This is something that's a little bit more common. The diabetes aspect of things. You know what I'm saying?
I got 2 stories for that one. Okay, so I'm a
Mhm.
big old fat guy, 310 pounds. I'm
tall.
borderline diabetic, and what I do is before I go in and have my blood test, I drink 2 quarts of hydro, I go in there. I'm always below the line.
Okay. Wow. Oh. So we have a question over here, Andy. Okay, we
I
have it.
also
It is
wanted to
from
make sure that I don't forget one of your questions, Iron. You were
yes.
asking what the difference was between bubbling it and also you can make hydrogen itself. So if you can hit on that, Andy, and
Oh,
how
it's just 2 different ways to do it. Some people, if they have the time, they'll sit in a chair, watch TV, and they'll breathe it through a cannula. And that one hits your lungs, gets through your bloodstream. So if you have breathing issues or blood issues, that one works real good. The other one, you drink the water, it goes in your stomach, through your intestines, and goes in another direction. But basically, it all gets the same place, it gets in every cell. But if you have like emphysema, like that lady with the smoking, she breathed it straight into the cancer, and so it's much faster than just drinking it. It's just
That's amazing.
some
but
people don't take the time to sit still and breathe it, so they drink it.
right, and then no, I'm talking about the magnesium one, the one that you
And the
can.
Right.
magnesium,
Y- Yes, because
okay,
I've seen where they take
What's the difference?
they take chunks of magnesium. They're little magnesium cylinders. They'll put them in a glass bottle, and then they'll put the water, the water and everything in there. So yes, please.
it does make hydrogen, but it's a small dose. It's not a medical dose.
Okay. Okay.
So it can help you, but it would take a lot longer, a lot more of it to do the same thing. I mean, you can do in 5 minutes. You can probably do like 8 hours of that magnesium.
Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. So there's that. Here's another one. Here's from Barbara. Hey, how you doing, Barbara? Jehovah's daughter. She's asking, do you need all the filtration if you distill your own water? Is her question.
Well, the filtration is okay. So when your distilled water has no minerals in it, and that's what you put inside the machine. So when you split the distilled water, you get 2 molecules of hydrogen, 1 molecule of oxygen, and then sometimes when the bubbles come up and they pop, it throws some of that electrolyte into the air. So you're trying to filter out the electrolyte with the first bottle of water. So sometimes you can get that, and so that's the only reason we have the filtration.
Okay. All right. Amazing. Amazing. Here's another one. We've got one from Valley Parks. How you doing, Valley Parks? And she says, I do have a couple questions already. What does the broccoli sprouts have to do with the treatment? This is a good
Okay,
one.
there was 6 scientists. They took 217 different vegetables and spices and all that stuff, and they took it on the 18 most common cancers. And what they did, they put them in petri dishes, and they dropped a drop in each petri dish. They were trying to find out some of these vegetables, some of these spices, which it doesn't work on, which cancers, and which one it slows them down, which ones it stops them, and which ones kills them. It just so happens that broccoli sprouts is killing the hell out of prostate cancer, breast cancer, and multiple myeloma cancer. There's a few other ones, but those 3 I know because I have people with them. And so I tell them to do the broccoli sprouts and the hydrogen, because hydrogen kills all cancers. But if you put the 2 together, the hydrogen makes the broccoli sprouts 4 times more effective.
Wow. Okay. Because I've heard of this. Actually, I just learned about the broccoli sprouts recently. I heard more about broccoli. I didn't know that the sprouts were the ones that were the most
Are
effective.
50 times stronger than broccoli. So you take a golf ball size of broccoli sprouts, chew it in the morning until you're down to the fibers, then swallow it. And what happens is your broccoli, all your broccoli, kale, all that has 2 precursors. When you chew it up, they get blended and it becomes sulforaphane. Sulforaphane is what goes straight to the nearest cancer and kills it. If you cook it, one of the precursors gets destroyed, so you don't get the sulforaphane. It helps a little, but nothing like the sulforaphane does.
Okay.
That's why, I mean, after it's like the broccoli. They call it chop and hold. You cut it all up, and then you hold it for 20 minutes. Then it's already sulforaphane. Then you can boil it. It doesn't kill the sulforaphane.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I mean, I have
Amazing.
a lady with breast cancer, and she did the broccoli sprouts for 6 weeks and totally gone. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
weeks.
So for all you, so for all you people that value, especially women that value your breasts, because I know us men do, this is definitely food for thought. This is
Amen, brother.
definitely food for thought, pun intended. Huh? Food for thought, huh? You get it? See what I did there?
Yeah.
I'm here all week.
Mhm.
Mhm. Wow. So,
good.
and I mean, this is one of those things.
I've had 5 guys with prostate cancer go from a 5 down to 1 in less than 2 weeks.
Really, just with the sprouts and the water,
And
or
then
just with the sprouts?
and the hydrogen. But when they stop, it comes back in about 3 weeks because they
Ah,
haven't killed the stem cells.
right,
You
right.
have to continue this, and as Andy was mentioning, if you do have cancer, you're really going to have to do a regimen daily for 2
Yes.
years, really, to
Yes.
kill it, because it's gonna it can come
Those
back.
stem cells, they go everywhere. They're hard little buggers to get. Our
Yes.
doctors have never yet killed one stem cell. Never. That's why you can get cured, but it always comes back.
Yeah. Sure.
So this is totally refreshing. I have more questions.
Mhm.
Here's another one. Is hydrogen peroxide okay to add to the water? From Sandro. How you doing, Sandro?
That's it.
Hydrogen peroxide is a whole different way of doing stuff.
Okay.
So, I mean, I never did the research on that because I got into some of the research, and you can get poison from it. And
Oh,
so when I
wow.
saw you can do things wrong and you get poisoned, I just quit my research and I don't talk about it
Yep. Okay.
because I only talk about what's proven in research. Because I myself don't know anything about what I read in research and what I know from people who use my machines. I've quit making these machines 3 times because it's a pain in the butt and there's no money in it. But every time I find somebody that's sick and they need one, so I start up again.
I'm telling you right now, I'm going to get one from you. I'm going to purchase one from you. So
AquaCure is the #1 seller in the United States, and he's made millions. He sells his for $2,500. His name is George Wiseman. He's called me twice and threatened me already because I sell too cheap.
Yeah. Do you want to go into the price?
I sell mine for $350.
y'all hear
And
that?
then shipping would be. I was asking him. He said it weighs 18 pounds. If you guys come up with your own shipping and want to send him a label, you can do that. If you have like pirate ship or something, you could do that. Or he said typically it's like $40 to $50, depending on where it is in the
Yeah,
U.S.
it's $60 to ship them anywhere in the States.
Yeah. So if you guys hear that, 350, so roughly $400, guys. Let me tell you something. For all the medicine, all the crap that you take, all the food that's missing all them nutrients, and a lot of time that you spend praying, right? Which the prayer is good. Do not give up the prayer and do not give up the healthy lifestyle. But if you're already suffering from an ailment, I highly recommend you consider, if your mind's not already made up, you consider, totally, absolutely consider into doing this. You know what I'm
And
saying? Like
by
I
the
said,
way,
I'm going to purchase today, or I'm going to
that
purchase like
price
within the next day or two. So
that price is the same price I paid from him 7 years ago, 7 or 8 years ago now.
I'll tell you, I used to buy that timer for $12. It's $25 now.
Yeah.
Wow. Here's another one. Here's another one right here, and this is from Tony Coriolis. He says, "You said when the bubble." How you doing, Tony? But first off, you said the bubble goes through it. It removes the electrolyte. What was meant by that? It removes the electrolyte. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so when you have your you use distilled water. We put electrolyte in there, which is sodium hydroxide, because the electricity has to jump from molecule to molecule, go between the plates. Okay, so if it's distilled water, electricity doesn't go through distilled water. So the electrolyte is there. So yeah, there's a. I get them from Essential Depot in Florida because they have
Oh,
bottles
that's
of.
the same. I just
They're
happened to get the same one, but that's it. Yeah. Don't get this in your eyes, by the way. Be very careful with this stuff because I had a very bad experience. That's it.
yeah, it's
Go ahead.
cheap. And then so when you split the water molecules, 1 gallon of water will give you 1,600 gallons of gas. Okay, when the bubbles go up and they hit the surface, they pop, and sometimes they pop. They make a little small micro droplet goes up with the gas. It can go up with the gas and go into the gas, and so you don't want to breathe it. So we just run it through a nano bubbler, and then it washes it. So you just have, because hydrogen has no taste, no odor, and you can't see it.
Yeah, but this stuff itself is drain cleaner. If you notice it, that's how it's sold. That's
If you look at a drain cleaner in the hardware store, it's sodium hydroxide.
yeah. So that's why you don't want that, and that's why it's being filtered twice over because you don't necessarily want to be breathing.
But that sodium hydroxide is food grade because they also put it in food.
Right. Yeah. This one is. Yeah.
Yeah, they just put it in smaller amounts.
Right.
But see, your sulfuric acid is a -9. Your sodium hydroxide is a +9. So it's still a strong alkali can still burn.
It's a base. Correct.
But they use it in all the hospitals. They use it in Japan. It's used everywhere because it's the only thing that works.
Wow.
To create.
Okay. Okay. Excellent. Moving right along. That was a good one. Thank you for that. I asked one too. Do you have to use so much filtration if you distill your own water?
Well, we're not filtrating the water. We're filtrating the electrolyte out. And so if you put in pure water, if you put distilled water in, it's supposed to be pure. But then when you add the sodium hydroxide, it's what pops and starts moving around. I mean, it doesn't move around all the time. I mean, but if it does, I don't want you to be drinking sodium hydroxide. Actually, I drink it because it moved around. It just tastes funny. When it tastes funny, I just change my filter and dump the water up, put new ones in. But I don't want you to have to go through that because maybe you don't understand or maybe, so we just do it as an extra protection.
Okay, so here's one from Coherence. I guess this is a fair question. Who makes the filtration systems? The same people that put fluoride in our water? Fluoride, the neurotoxin? I don't know if that was a one of them, what are their questions called?
Facetious.
Yeah, rhetorical question, but I mean, I couldn't tell you coherence.
So we're using distilled water in the machine. So when we split the water, we don't have minerals go down the bottom and plug it up. So when you're bubbling the gas bubbles into it's whatever drinking water you normally drink, whether you drink tap water, you drink bottled water, you drink whatever you drink, that's what you bubble the hydrogen into. So the filtration for the drinking water is up to you. I just want to make sure that the gas coming out of the machine is safe.
Right. And that's the filtration's this right here. So there's a filtration.
So when you drink the hydrogen water, it also, anybody know what ghrelin is? Ghrelin is a hormone. When you drink the hydrogen water, the hydrogen stimulates your ghrelin hormone and it makes you not crave food as much. So you can actually lose weight. They say you can lose 5 to 10 pounds a year by just drinking the hydrogen water because your ghrelin is excited, amplified, works more so that you don't get as hungry.
Wow. So you have an excited gorilla in you, an excited monkey.
Not a gorilla.
Ghrelin.
I was going to say, man, you got a crazy monkey inside. There's a crazy monkey in you, man. That's wild. But okay, ghrelin. Okay, I didn't know. I thought you said gorilla in.
It stimulates the ghrelin in you. Otherwise, it's because people are always hungry, want the chips, want this, like you can't eat one Lay's potato chips and stuff. But the ghrelin is a hormone that's supposed to suppress that, so you don't get all the munchies.
Wow.
Got it.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, so we've got this one from Valley Parks. Is there similar to brown gas?
Same
I
thing.
think that is this.
Same
Go ahead.
thing.
Okay, same thing. All right. What we got right here? We got from Fort Jackson.
Oh, go ahead.
Do the hydrogen water bottles available? Do the hydrogen available online work, or do you need one of the big machines? Do the hydrogen water bottles online? Are they good, or do they function the same way, or do you need one of the?
So the hydrogen goes through every substance except aluminum. It goes through stainless steel. It goes through glass. It goes through everything. So the hydrogen bottles online, it's just sucker bait. I mean, it's not that good.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to show you the prices of that on top of that.
So then you said it doesn't go through aluminum. So then if somebody say wanted to take it with them to work, the hydrogen water after they make it, do you recommend that they put that in an aluminum flask of some sort in some like aluminum content? No.
The reason is aluminum is what piles up into your brain and short circuits you too.
Hey,
aluminum,
all right.
So I would not do it. I mean, I would fill up my normal jug with stainless steel or glass or whatever, because it's going to last you 4 to 8 hours. In 8 hours, you should be on your way home anyway.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If you can show that share screen real quick, I think what she's mentioning is, you can buy it on Amazon as well. So this is
there. It is right there.
Amazon, you can buy them at 20 packs of it, and they want $32 for 20 pack of this water itself. So
that's what it's supposed to be aluminum foil. If you look at the description, that one's supposed to be aluminum foil.
Yeah, it's an aluminum pouch.
Yep. Those actually keep the hydrogen in.
Okay. Wow.
I wouldn't pay that much money for it. Because you can buy gallon jugs of it in the store, hydrogenated water. They sell it like in Hawaii like crazy in the stores. I don't know how old it is because it can't last you more than, it's got to be older than 8, 24, 48 hours. I mean, you can actually, the machine can actually make a gallon for like a half a cent.
Okay. That's amazing. That's amazing. And like I said, man, I can't stress enough, if you guys know somebody that is in dire need of some serious medical attention, and the medical attention that they're getting just ain't cutting the mustard, man, an alternative is, here's an alternative. Here's something that could help. You know what I'm saying? If you think your back's against the wall, or their back's against the wall, I mean, hey, man, shoot your shot. This is something. Keep your eyes open.
So type 2 diabetes. I had the treasurer at a church I used to go to. He had type 1. So every time we had potluck, he'd disappear because he'd go and fall asleep in a coma in his car because he had type 2 diabetes. So his wife had a twin sister. They both stayed in the same house. They were Indian. And so the sister had an ailment. They bought a machine for her, and he just started drinking the water by accident. And for 20 years, he's been giving himself shots. 1 glass of water, and he didn't have a shot the rest of the day. So as long as he drank the water, he didn't need a shot. As soon as he stopped drinking the water, he didn't need a shot of insulin again.
Wow.
So, because I saw him at potluck, he was walking around. I said, "I never see you." He said, "Well, usually I'm out in the car passed out because the food puts me in a coma." But he still eats it. He said, "Your water keeps me awake, though."
Okay. Now, this is one from Mr. Jones, and this is an honest question. Seriously, honest question. How can you be sure it's not a scam?
Yeah, and Andy, why don't you talk about your coming into this too, because you were skeptical, and how you actually got into it.
How you doing, Mr. Jones, by the way? Welcome, man. I hadn't seen you in a while, but it's good to see you.
So, Mr. Jones, you just pick a disease, and I can pick you 10 or 20 different research that proves that it works, all except MS. I only found one on MS. Parkinson's I found 5, and Alzheimer's I found about 12 or 13. I got a paper that I took all the different diseases and all the different research, and I only put like 5 or so on each one, because why would you want to have 20 researches on one thing that says the same thing? So I don't. That's a lot of printing. But
Wow.
pick
And
something else, and I'll find you a research on it. I have a screen just full of research. There's over 10,000 of them that I know of, and this physician assistant said she saw over 20,000. And these are all in the NIH library over in Bethesda. So when you go online to access it, you end up getting through that's the National Institute of Health.
okay.
So how about your story on how you got into this with diesel and that kind of stuff, just to give people, and also how you were.
I was selling them for cars, trucks before all these computers came out. And if you had a mechanical engine, you could get 50% better miles per gallon on a vehicle. And so the guy who I became a dealer under, he was, oh, yeah, you got to sell them for health. You got to do this and that. And I said, yeah, right. I mean, first of all, I didn't know anything about it. And I didn't, if you don't have something to talk about, how could you sell something you don't have any experience? So I blew him off for about 5 years. But then my friend sold his house, and he was waiting for his next one. So he stayed in our spare bedroom. And he had broke his back 5 times in college football. For 50 years, he said he can't sleep at night. He was going pro, but he messed his back up. So every night he wakes up 4 or 5 times from the pain. And so he said it takes him like 2 hours to get out of bed in the morning because it hurts so bad. So I said, okay, well, let's try this hydrogen, because I felt sorry for him. I took a garbage bag and wrapped it around and, cut the end off and slid it up like a dress. Took some of that blue tape, masking tape, and taped the top and bottom, punched a hole, and I fluffed him up, looked like the Michelin Man full of hydrogen. And that night, he said he slept the whole night through, the first time in 50 years. And in the morning, it only took about an hour to get out of bed instead of 2 hours. He said that was the best night's sleep he's ever had. And so he started drinking it, and he did that. He's about 82 now, but people start really good, and then they kind of quit and lay off, and then they just kind of forget about things.
Yeah, I think that's part of people resting on their laurels, saying, "Oh, I feel good. I'm good. I'm straight. Let me walk away." And then it's like, no, your body's not fully clean, or you may still to some degree be living that lifestyle which brought you to the current position that you're at now. So, yeah.
If your listeners want, I can send them a booklet I've got with about 300, 400, 500 different research on the different diseases. I think it's about 27 pages long. I could email it to them free of charge. They can read it over and make their own decisions. I mean, I don't want anybody to buy it. Actually, I don't. There's a lot of people I don't sell to because they're just not smart enough to run it. I mean, I had one guy, I told him he had to go to the Molecular Institute of he had to go and take the class. There's a hydrogen class 1 and 2. I got the 2 of them, and I told him he had to take that first, but I didn't even sell it to him because he's so stupid. He wouldn't even. I mean, it was hard to even talk to him. He's so dumb. I said, I won't even sell it to you.
Jeez.
Because I mean, it's like this, like the Bible says, you throw pearls to swine, and what the heck you get out of it? Muddy pearls.
Yeah, right.
So I mean, if somebody's not smart enough to do it and benefit, I don't want their money.
Yeah.
Because they'll just call you on the phone and nag you. It's not worth it. It's $50 you make,
Mm-hmm. And guys, since there's nothing that we know that can handle MS, the one thing that I know for sure, I'm for certain handles MS is either Norton's or McAfee. Get what I did there, huh? All right. You think you get it? Norton's or McAfee, right? Anyway, I'm here all week, y'all. Let's continue. Let's continue with the question. So This is from Jay Heighton. How you doing, Jay Heighton? They ask, how many watts on the machine? How many watts of power on the machine?
I can look on the back if you don't know, Andy. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's either 350 or 600 watts. Not very much.
Okay. That's pretty decent. Okay. Okay.
I mean, when it goes in 110 and it kicks up to 28 volts DC. So since you're reducing it down, your power is a lot less.
Okay, so you have a transformer in there.
Yes, there's a whole power supply in there.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I guess we don't. I'm not even going to get into the guts of the thing. Not yet. I guess that would be more offline. But more to this. Yeah. And so we have, like I said, we have a bunch of us in here that we have our own little journey with our health. And so, like I said, guys, this thing, I may not fully know what your issues are, if them right, but this thing functions, right? And it does what it does. Now it's up to you whether you want to do your part, right? And I mean, like I said, yeah, it's all up to you.
Since we don't have any questions.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll tell you another story. Okay, this is a story about me. So about October 2 years ago, I was welding on my bush hog. I'm up here in West Virginia. I got 26 acres, and I had to use the bush hog for cutting my pastures because I don't have any animals. So I broke my bush hog. It's like an inch and a quarter thick blade. And so I was welding, and I only had 110 volts because I came from Maryland, and I didn't have a 220, so it wasn't strong enough to weld. And so I kept getting frustrated. I got closer and closer. Finally, I put my leg where all the beads came down and piled up against my legs. My pants caught on fire. So I'm welding away, and a voice in my head yells, "Roll!" So I threw my welder, my helmet off, hit the ground, roll it, and I was on fire. I had like 12-inch flames from the top of my boot all the way up to my belt. And so I'm rolling around, throwing dirt on that. I burnt my pants off on that side. My billfold's on the ground smoking. So I said, "Oh, crap." And I tell you what, my skin was burnt off. It was looked like black wispy toilet paper burnt off on that sucker. I locked up, put everything, walked in the house. I'm like Rambo coming down the.
I saw him right after this happened, by the way. Yeah.
My shirt was half off me. I go in there. I end up going down to Winchester, Virginia, and they took me to D.C. to the burn center. I spent 4 days in the burn center, and they gave me 18 shots of morphine. It didn't even touch the pain on the way there. I spent 4 days there, and they said, when you get out, we're going to have to get 2 to 4 surgeries on the side of your knee to cut the scarring off so you can bend your knee and walk. When I got home, I'm sitting in the recliner. I'm sucking down that hydrogen like I'm starving for oxygen. I did that for 3 days, and the pain went away, and it just got better and stuff. And I prayed and stuff for healing, and almost overnight, the whole thing healed. I got no scars on my leg. I should be looking like Freddie Fender, and even the hair grew back. I went back to them because I had an appointment, and the lady, she's a physician's assistant, she kept rubbing my leg back and forth, and I was about ready to tell her to quit because she's wearing my new skin out, because I have no scars. Even now, I got no scars. Where I was 3rd and 2nd degree burns.
Wow.
I got pictures of that, and it just gross you out. It just looked like somebody cooked somebody over barbecue.
I saw them. They're disgusting. It's nasty. It was nasty.
To have it be yours.
Wow.
Yeah.
So this sounds like you have your own virtual Our Lady of Lourdes at your house, at your beck and call. You have this machine provided,
beck and call. I mean, you still got to ask.
Oh well, I mean, no, ask. But here's one thing that I found remarkable, Andy.
You froze.
Yep,
he has Elon Musk technology.
There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Right. But here's one thing that I noticed, Andy, and I thought is a very important part I didn't mention, but the prayer aspect of it, right? just because this water thing kind of helps, always pray on it. Always pray on it. Prayer, like even if say you don't have this
That's where
machine.
the healing really comes from, guys. Yeah.
Yes, the prayer aspect of it is so important. Pray, 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 pray. Those vibrations are so vital to your healing. So you just couple that with the water, it makes the whole thing that much better. You know what I'm saying? So do not forget to pray on it too. I
Well, I've,
stress that.
I've got a voice in my head, which I'm sure is the Holy Spirit. It saved me 5 times. I mean, I was working as an electrician in the metro, and I was about ready to turn this 30 amp switch on. It was 3-phase. I tested with my meter, and it wasn't shorted out, and everything was going good. And a voice said in my head said, "Step aside." I stepped sideways, pulled the switch. It was like a jet engine, threw a flame 4 foot out. If I would have been standing where I was, it would have burnt my face off. And my apprentice turned his back, and he had copper splatters all over his back on his t-shirt. And my arm, I burnt all the hair off. My whole arm was black with soot. I melted that whole thing down. I blew 2 300 amp breakers down line. I took the whole square block downtown Bethesda. I took the whole square block out.
Wow. Holy moly.
Can you imagine what's your life blind with no face?
Wow. Yeah.
I mean, what kind of life would that be?
Mhm.
Yeah, not a good
Whenever
one.
I hear that voice, I do exactly what it says.
Wow.
Even if it's a still small voice, because we only got 70 years here and we got millions up there. So where do you want to put your hope in? The millions, or just the lousy 70 down here where it's painful? There's no pain, no sorrow up there.
Amen.
That's right.
That's right.
Amen. Wow. So I mean, you guys, we're getting nothing but good information on here. What are some drawbacks, if you can name any? Right? What are some? Oh, before that one, yes, name that. Mention any drawbacks with the, I guess you could say, with the machine and the water, if you could recognize any, if you call some out. And then I have another question after that.
The only drawback would be that things wear out. So it's like Brian's. I mean, he's had it for 7 years, and he had enough rust in it that we changed the head on it.
Ooh.
I mean,
Yes.
it was easy to fix. It's just mostly he didn't take care of it, and he let it sit around. And when you let it sit around, rust and corrosion gets in it.
Yeah,
But
I was in Bolivia for 9 months, so I didn't have it.
When somebody buys one, they mail it back to me. As long as they pay postage, usually I fix it labor free, and I just parts. Sometimes it's $35 because there's one part I had ordered from China. It's $35. That's usually the part that goes out. I have literally hundreds of every part that goes out.
Jeez.
When you buy a machine online, I bought 100 of them from the factory, but when you buy them online, they cost $150, $175, but about a third of them don't work. They're just junk, and that's why they're online selling them cheap, because they don't work. The ones I bought in China cost me $175 each. Then you got to put all the parts on. I'm not kidding you, I have probably 10, 15 carcasses of machines with just parts. Then I just strip them down for parts. That's $175 shot. You just strip them down for parts, because I've had some that have serious leaks in them, so they're shooting all that alkali over. It's just, I've sold over probably 350 of these machines already. I sold them to doctors down in Trinidad, doctors over in Bolivia. I got 3 doctors use them in a hospital in Peru. They use it for curing COVID. They said in 3 hours, when people start choking up in their lungs, they need a respirator. In 3 hours, it fixes them up.
Oh my.
I got 6 doctors bought them for themselves, but they said that they cannot recommend to a patient because they'll lose their license. But they buy them for their family.
Right. Because they know better.
They don't work.
Yeah. Here's another one
about pills. They say we know what chemical will do what to your body, and so that's all. Whatever problem you got, we'll tell you the chemical to use to get better.
Yep. So to add on to that question, I have this one. Colloidal silver. Can you have, say, a cup of colloidal silver and then do the same things to it? And have you used colloidal silver while using this machine to get
I have not
results?
bubbled into colloidal silver, but that stuff is good stuff.
Hmm.
I mean, there's you can't say anything bad about that stuff. That stuff is good stuff. I haven't did the research on it. I don't know if they even do research, but I know that the Japanese have done a lot of research on this, and so of the Chinese. And we've had three colleges in the United States. Loma Linda did one research. Texas A&M did another one, and Boston over in Boston, I forget the name of which college did one. All three of them stopped doing research. All three of them got a big chunk from the pharmaceutical and built a building,
Wow.
but they couldn't do any more research. Nobody else in the United States has done the research. I got a
Holy,
copy of the one from Loma Linda and the Texas A&M.
right. Man. Okay. Okay, man, guys, I know to some of us this may seem like a lot of information at one time. Obviously, we can redo, or rather we can rewatch this, right, at a later time, but I don't know what your time is like, Andy, but
I can go a couple more hours. I don't care.
oh snap, man, Andy probably gonna go in the
He's my
hallway.
boy. Andy's my boy.
Yeah, right. Andy's like, hey man, let's do some more. Let's just keep going.
He
But
likes talking about this.
yeah, right. So I'm sure we're going to get more questions as we come down the pipe, but I have the remainder of the show to do, which is the map. So
Yeah.
I do not want the audience to miss out on that. But man, it is amazing having
Do you have
you
other
and this
questions? You have
information.
a few others you want to pop in real quick and
Yes,
knock
I'm
those
looking
out?
right now.
I saw this one says some of the machines are hard to clean. I heard.
Yes, yes, yes. So that was, and that came right at the time where you were mentioning that there was some corrosion on Brian's machine, Andy.
Okay, so the machine back 10 years ago, it was all stainless steel. But the
Mhm.
Chinese, in their wisdom, always want to make a couple extra pennies. So they put a head on there that was iron and coated in chrome. Now, the
Oh,
chrome doesn't go all the way on the inside. So now these dumb things start corroding and rusting. So I went over to China, and I didn't go myself, but my neighbor has engineers over there. And they went to a shop on the street, and he custom with a CNC machine that custom made some 100 heads for me. So I asked the factory how much I wanted some of their old stainless steel heads. They said, "Oh yeah, they're $45 and minimum order you have to buy 500." I said, "I don't want to buy
That's
no
the piece.
500 of
This is
suckers.
the
I
piece.
won't even. That's enough for like 3 lifetimes." I
right.
said, "I only sold 300 altogether. What would they do? And at $45 each, that's a lot of money." We're talking I had to come up with like $17,000 plus shipping.
Wow. Oh my God. And see,
Oh,
it's
that's a
all the
nice.
money.
Carol has a good comment here. Did you see that?
Yeah. So Carol over here says, no doubt if you're having health issues, hydrogen water does help with a ton of things. I know at least party people, at least 10 people that's used it for various things, right? Various ailments and the like. So wow. Basically, just to add on to what Andy here has said tonight, right? Just more testimony, just from a different source. Amazing. And here's me coming in like I'm not saying I know everything, but I run into a lot of things. I've slightly heard on,
Ah, you
Oh,
froze
never
again.
to this degree. Never to this degree. Never.
Good.
So
well,
for
the
Jacks.
biggest
Oh, go
machine
ahead.
is
Go ahead.
from George Wiseman. I mean, he's got stories where carpal tunnel. He puts a bag over it, and the carpal tunnel is gone in 3 days, and he has all kinds of good stories.
Wow.
Mm.
He's $2,500.
Next
I mean,
question's for you, Andy.
yeah.
Yeah. So it says, where can we get the machine? I haven't heard you mention that yet. So that's probably one of the more important questions. Where can we get the
Well,
machine?
they can. I can give you my email. They can email me, and I'll send them the research first, I want them to read it and then make a decision. I don't want to just sell a machine unless they're really, really serious, because I'd rather sell it to somebody who's understands and they read the research and they understand that it's the good stuff. It's not a scam or whatever.
That's right.
Because I don't just want to sell machines. I want people to get healthy.
You hear that,
Are
Mr.
you
Jones?
okay, Andy? Are you okay if I put your email
Yes,
in
I don't
chat?
care.
Okay.
Okay. All right,
we'll see.
people, it's coming.
Because through the
Andy's
email,
email
I
is
can
coming.
bounce to whatever research. They tell me what they got for a problem. I can bounce them all the research and they can read their own research and see how much it helps them out and stuff. I mean, I got a lot of stuff. I got thousands of hours I spent on this research and stuff. I mean, I go on vacation, I take a 2-foot stack high of research and read all of it for fun. That's my vacation.
Okay. Wow. So Mr. Jones is saying, liar, liar, pants on fire. So why, Mr. Jones? Because you're very skeptical yourself. I like seeing you on here, but why would you say that to our guests tonight? Well, I wonder why. But I don't I'm hearing nothing but positives about the hydrogen water.
I
And
wouldn't be
nothing,
here right now if I was lying about it.
yeah.
Like, I'm not making anything off of it, and just personally used it myself, so that's why I'm here.
Yes.
Did you
And
put the,
this is
Yeah,
part
I'm
of
putting it
why
right
it's
now.
important. This is what's important, guys, is that Andy is providing you with the information. He's not just trying to sell a machine. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
don't
you
want
look
to tell
at it
you to
yourself.
somebody who doesn't want to do it.
Yes, and that's what's important, is that we don't try to sell y'all nothing here. I ain't trying to sell nothing. I ain't making a lick off of nothing from nobody. You understand? So he's gonna, when you're gonna have
Oh,
this
it
information
said it
available.
failed to post. Maybe I can't put an email in.
Okay,
Oh, well,
put it.
I'll just say it. Okay. If you're ready to write this down, it's A like apple, H like house, E like Edgar, R like rabbit, O like Oscar, L like Lima, D like dog, S like Sam, R like rabbit at yahoo.com. So it's A Harold Senior
Senior.
at yahoo.com.
You
Or
have to
Andy
spell out
or
all of senior, or is it SR?
SR.
So it's A Harold Senior at yahoo.com, correct?
Yep.
Okay, let
That's
me
it.
see.
And again, the price he said is $350, and then
Shipping.
shipping will be $40-$50 depending
If
on.
they get shipping, they can email me the label. I'll print it out, stick it out, and send it on to them.
Okay, so I went ahead, I put that in there. Okay, do you see it in the chat? Yes.
Yeah, I see it. I don't know
Okay.
why it wouldn't let me. It said it failed to post, but anyway.
That's weird.
I didn't see it yet, but
It's
maybe
right
I can.
there.
It's in the comments. If you, Andy, I think you might be on private chat. If you click over, it will say comments on the other tab right next to it, next to private chat. The comments themselves are coming up right there. Can you see
Okay.
that?
Who, me?
No, Andy. Oh, did he drop? Oh no, I think he dropped.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Hopefully he comes back. But there goes his information, family. I pray that you guys get in on that. I'm gonna go take it a step further, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna pin that, y'all. Boom. So that right there is pinned to the top. There it is. There it is. Hey, we're at a decision point, right? You don't have to. I'm not telling you to. Here comes Andy right now.
Yeah, I don't think I need to start looking for that chat. It seemed to kick
Sorry,
me
yeah,
out.
forget it.
It's all
It's
good.
there though. He also pinned it, so it's on
Yeah.
the top.
It's there. It's pinned at the top on the YouTube channel and everything else. So I don't want you guys to miss out on that.
Okay, let me, since we have a health freak there, I love health freaks. Okay,
Yeah, so that's 21 Truth is Now. All is now. Okay. The is a health freak. Okay. Yeah.
I'm getting old, so my memory is not as good, but so our killer T cells, we're supposed to have something like 2 billion killer T cells. And to double it, if you take 1 cup of blueberries a day, within 3 days, it'll double your immune system. So every time my daughters, 2 girls, get a cold or whatever, we start throwing the blueberries at them and they get better real quick. Now, if you take a pinch of cardamom with it, it'll make them 10 times more aggressive. So you go from 2 billion to 4 billion to 40 billion because they're 10 times more aggressive.
Wow.
Cardigan. What is cardigan?
Cardamom.
Cardamom.
Okay.
Cardamom is them small little seeds. A lot of times you smell it in Indian dishes, right?
The Indians
Cardamom.
use it in their pastries.
Yes, yes, and you could like if you smell cardamom, you'd be like, I've smelled this before, or I've eaten this before in something.
You
Like
can
I
actually
said,
go to our food line over here. You can go into the spice section; it'll be there.
yep, yep. Or any international food joint, they'll have cardamom. Yep, it's a true story. There's some good stuff from what I hear. Like for cleaning your system and stuff, it's pretty damn good.
Well, and then you know about turmeric, right?
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah, yeah. Turmeric
so
paired with black pepper.
turmeric, you take a teaspoon of turmeric. Okay, they did research. So you take a teaspoon of turmeric, and they go and test the bloodstream, and you got 1/2000th of the turmeric there. So they found out that the liver takes out all the turmeric. So if you take a pinch of black pepper with your turmeric, it it stops your liver from working for 3 hours, and then your bloodstream has 2,000 times more. But then they also did a research on 1 teaspoon of turmeric a day, and this person had large, medium, and small polyps in their intestines. And in 1 month, the smalls disappeared, the mediums turned small, the large turned medium, and in 3 months, all the polyps were gone out of their intestine.
Wow.
So you don't have to go and have all that stupid surgery and stuff.
Yeah.
And also, it also prevents colon cancer. If you got colon cancer, you just start throwing the turmeric down there, and it starts killing it off.
Wow. Wow. So how about for an enlarged prostate? Does the because that's the thing. That's the thing with guys in my age range, in our 40s, 50s, 60s, and stuff like that. Probably some of us in our 30s, right? The enlarged prostate is a thing because of what we do, healthy, the health decisions that we make, the things that we put in our body and we eat. What can either this or this machine water paired with something else do for a prostate? Do you have any testimonies on that?
I have 5 men that were friends of mine, and I got them to do the hydrogen, and they had their prostates up around number 5, which is it hurts to sit on a lot of people at 5. And within a month, these guys are down to 2, and in 2 months, they're down to 1. But as soon as they stop doing the hydrogen, it goes back up.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
But since you're
Lord.
doing the hydrogen for something else, I mean, you automatically don't have a prostate problem.
There you go.
There you go.
There you go. So there you go. That increases your urine. And for all you guys that have problems with your soldiers, there's maybe a soldier's having a seat, or even worse, just laying out on the couch. And you need your soldier to stand up for, we're guys. We like to have a soldier to stand up and work.
So they did, I don't know if I'm going to say the acronym right, the PSD. Is that what the soldiers get from
PTSD.
There you go. So it also fixes that.
Yep, that was one of the studies that I showed earlier. That was
3
on
of
that
them.
list.
It actually flat fixes it, and it fixes it within 2 or 3 months. But yet our government's got how many people run around with that, and they don't do nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So then autism, they do with autism children, okay? And so they said that the violence and the shouting and hollering was reduced by 50% when they were on hydrogen.
Wow.
They were more manageable. They were thinking clear. They weren't so flighty and stuff.
Yeah.
That's a good question. Wow. I'll make one other comment too that I think it's been brought up, but just to bring it up again, this won't necessarily fix dead cells, but it will repair cells. So if your cell is already dead, you can't bring death back, right? I mean, it's not going to do that. But if they're still repairable, that's the point of this, is to repair your cells and to as you continue, like he said, it's a scavenger, so it's going to help to actually repair your cells itself.
I see someone wants a hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
said he dropped a hydrogen bomb. Womp,
Someone
womp,
just
womp.
asked also how
Okay.
long it would take to get a system. And
I have a system made right now, about 3 days. I mean, if I got the orders tonight, I'm going in for a knee operation on Monday, so I'm sure that's going to suck for a while. But I still got. I mean, I can get things out. What I do, they're made, but I still got to put the containers on, get the hoses, get the cannula, pack them up, and all that stuff. So I can probably pack up. I can probably get the 6 I got out in 3 days if I got that many people interested.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you guys have the information. The information's right there at your fingertips on how to contact Mr. Harold and get some of the research headed your way, as well as getting that
or if you have other
machine.
questions, feel free to. Andy's a real easy going guy. He'll respond to you. So
Yep. Wow.
he responds like my dad. That's the only problem. You might fat finger here and there and everything else, but no, I'm messing with you, Andy.
Let's talk about eggs. Everybody likes eggs, right? Do you know
Yeah,
the eggs
sure.
got choline in them?
They got what?
Choline.
No, I didn't.
What is choline?
If you look it up on the internet, it goes into your body as choline, hits your liver, comes out with some long name. It starts with a T, and it's a poison. Okay, and it goes straight to giving you cancer. So what they did, I read the research on this. I love eggs. I don't eat them no more. If you eat a half an egg a week, you're okay. That's what you can eat. Anything more than that. So they did research on women with aggressive breast cancer. Still, there's aggressive, then there's mildly aggressive, then there's the one that you can just cure really easy. But the aggressive ones, they checked all the ones with aggressive breast cancer, and they found out that those ladies eat a lot of eggs. The less eggs they eat, the easier the cancer was to kill. The same with men. Those who had the worst prostate cancer were the ones that ate the most eggs. It's because now I got a paper I wrote up on that. If somebody emails me, asks it for me, I will send them it. It's like 7, 8, 9 different research. Each one adds on a little bit to the bricks.
Okay.
Eggs are bad. I sure like them though, especially deviled eggs.
Yeah.
So we have chicken because my granddaughters want chicken, but we don't eat the eggs. We give them away to people we don't like.
Give them the people you don't like. Oh, Andy,
Wow.
bad
Wow.
man.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
Any other questions? You're good.
Guys, yeah, so this was amazing. Thank you, Andy. The guys have your information and it's all pinned at the top. So you guys that don't know, check it up at the top. That's Andy's email address right there. And that information that you need, or if you
guys
want to purchase.
email him, I'm sure he'll give his phone number too. I don't want to do it over the internet, but if you guys do, personally email him, you can talk to him personally.
We do all those junk calls anyway. What the heck?
There it
Yeah,
is.
I've been to Andy's house. He's about an hour and 15 minutes from my house, and so like I said, I ran down there a couple days ago to get this thing cleaned out, and yeah, free of charge. Nice guy, helps me out. So I like helping people that help me. So
That's right.
that's that.
That's right. Man,
Yeah.
so Andy, I mean, you're more than welcome to hang out and continue on with the show. We're doing the map right now. So, guys, we're gonna go ahead.
Map.
Yeah, we're gonna roll right into Urbano Monte's map. If you have any more questions, we're starting to shift gears. Okay, so now if this is what you were waiting for, well, this is what you're getting. All right. So if you don't have it, make sure if you don't have it already, take that email address that's already there, save it somewhere, right? Save it. So, because I'm about to pin something different at the top. I'm about to go to Urbano Monte's map, and then I'm going to send it y'all's way. Okay. And then we're going to roll into
You ever heard of this,
Urbano
Andrew?
Monte's 1587 map.
There's about 16 maps that are pre-flood maps that are out there. Columbus used one of them, and some of them show the islands over in the Arctic Circle, and they've drilled down and found the islands. And so, I mean, they drilled down like a mile of ice and found the islands, so they know the maps are good.
Yeah.
Is that one of the maps that you're talking about?
No, that was roughly 100 years prior to this map around there. But this map is from 1587. This map is from Urbano Monte. He made this in 1587, in and around there. So this is it, y'all. We rolling into the map. So right there, I put in the chat the map, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save it at the top. Okay. Okay, boom. All right, there it is. There it is, family. So that's the Urbano Monte map, and then we could start going to it. We're rolling into the third quadrant. So far, to make everybody's life easier, if this is your first time getting on here and checking this thing out, it's a pretty dope map, right? Every or darn near every true earth / flat earther goes back and forth to this map. This thing is like literally a work of art. Even though, and like I said, like Urbano Monte being an Italian dude, that's just what the Italians do. You know what I'm saying? And if you're Italian, you probably know what it is I'm about to say, that when they make something, they make it not only for function, like the Germans make things strictly for function. The Italians want to make sure it's good looking, right? Example, the Ferrari, right? That thing is just a work of art, but at the same time, its performance and everything is through the roof, which is why it costs so much money. Or the Lamborghini, for example. So the Italians take their time, they do what it is they do, and so this map is a testimony to that. Here we are, the third quadrant, right? And then we're past much of India, and then we're in Southeast Asia, right? We're in that Southeast Asia region, barely outside those islands. Yeah, barely outside those islands north of Australia. Those nations,
You'll
those
have to
island
share your
nations.
screen, by the way. We can't
Oh,
see it.
sorry, thank you. Whew,
Yeah.
rookie mistake.
Everybody's looking at us. That's why I went black.
Oh, my bad, y'all. Rookie mistake.
And Andy, you can keep on or you can drop or what, however you want. Yeah, if
Yeah.
you're interested in seeing what this thing is, I mean, it is interesting. So
Yeah.
just
I'm interested.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, hang on for the ride, Andy, because I got something for you. Here it is. Here it is right here. Okay. So here we are. Here's the map. And like I said, we're here in the Southeast Asia region, right? And we're continuing on. Actually, this is like if you say this is more Oceania, right? Towards Oceania, Japan, and everything else like that. So here we are, third quadrant. And like I said, one of those, or what, like I was going to say, one of those things that we noticed about the map are the inconsistencies with the lines, right? And how there's a good chance that he could have drawn this thing by hand. And just the inconsistencies with the map in general, like rivers and rivulets and stuff like that, just terminating as soon as they cross over into the next parallel area, into the next block, like they could disappear. Like you'll notice these small inconsistencies in, around, and throughout this map, right? I'm not even talking about the animals. The animals are another thing altogether. But another thing that we noticed also is as we get closer to the top or to the inner circle of the map, that's when the regions start to hold on to more of a population, right? Like you'll look and you'll see these city areas. Like a lot of times you'll see this little thing that looks like a tart, looks like a cherry tart of some sort, right? These are like villages. So this is more populated. Either it's more populated, one, or two, it could denote that, hey, we just didn't fully explore these regions of these lands, because that's another thing that I noticed, right? On his map, you don't have really those little cherry tart looking here, right? And so another thing we could say about that is that since they're not on here, maybe these guys just didn't fully commit, and it, which maybe the temperature didn't allow for it. I don't know. Whoever, whatever the reason is, they're not here, right? And oftentimes they're not even spoken of in these little at least from what we have seen. Or and another thing with these triangles, right? And that's where a lot of these translations are going to come into play today, is that they don't fully cover the meridian, or these pizza slices. The meridian being these longitude lines, everything within their longitudinal lines. They're not necessarily discussed. A lot of times the regions could be a little bit more due east. Sometimes, yeah, most of the times they're just more due east. So, for example, they could have been talking about like Teprabani, right? The last one we spoke of was Teprabani. Teprabani is in, like, let me see, let me make sure I'm not driving myself crazy. Okay, so the island of Teprabani. So Teprabani is right here, right? Teprabani is right there on Sri Lanka, formerly known as Ceylon, right? Or Ceylon. And so that name changed a while ago. If you're super old, you probably have heard it being called Ceylon. They changed the name to Sri Lanka, and it's in the southeast region of mainland India. So Teprabani is down here. Teprabani is in the southern coast of Sri Lanka. But the problem that we come across is that, I guess if you want to call it a problem, is that it's in this triangle right here. This is just one of the many examples that I'm talking about, right? When it comes to this map. So don't think, as I once thought, that just because this that's being talked about is within this meridian, that's what's going on there. And as we continue with these translations, we're gonna find that out soon. This is what that's the thing that's about this map, man, that just be driving me wild, man, is when I just be trying to center it up and then it starts doing that craziness. You know what I'm saying? Damn, man. There we go. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. So we're going to roll right into the map, y'all. As soon as I start getting my bearing, and I should know. Oh, Lord, please help me, Jesus. There we go. Oh, please. There we go. Oh, y'all just bear with me. Ay, ay, ay. This map, boy, is so unforgiving. Whoever did this Google Earth or this map like this, like, I want to meet him, shake his hand, and then when he least expects it, I'm gonna punch him square in his mouth for doing me like this in this map. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, Jesus. Okay. 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 We're gonna go into the translation. All right. Let me make this big. Excuse me. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we are. Here we are. Oh Lord. Oh boy. Guys, forgive me, please. There we go. Oh boy. Everybody's like, yo, this dude is lunching right now. I know it. Okay. All right. Just so you can see, of Moluque. Moluche. Okay. Forgive me, guys. Forgive me. Let me get us off here and let me present to you guys that of Moluche, Delle Moluche. And that reads as follows. Okay. Where we at? Where we at? All right. Of of the Moluccas, the Molucca Islands are many and produce carnations, cinnamon, uh, genjero, genjero. I'm assuming that's ginger, genjero, nutmeg, and white sandalwood. The main ones being tidore. I don't know what that is. Uh, terenate, matil, and makian. And they are not very large and very distant from each other. The king of dress only in a shirt. So either he has a shirt and his lower extremity parts are exposed, or this guy wears a big long muumuu. The one dressed marvelously like a needle. He's dressed like a needle and girded with a white cloth down to the ground, and wears a silk veil on his head in the shape of a mitre. And he has 200 wives. And at a dinner, he commands the new one to go to bed. Wow. Okay. I don't know if they mean by go to bed like sleep, or he's like, going to do his thing. The one in Terrante has 400 well mannered and beautiful women in his house who serve him. In Matil, there is a lot of cinnamon. In Tedore and in Terranate, excuse me, there are a lot of carnations which harvest twice a year. The carnation tree is large and thick, and has laurel leaves and olive peel, and produces carnations in bunches like the elera or juniper. I guess these are plants, right? They are green at first, then white, and as they ripen, they turn red. And when they are dry, they become black. The trees that produces nutmeg, excuse me, looks like elise, and they grow like jandes. Hmm, that's pretty interesting. Okay, so let's go back here. I'm going to take it back there, and then we're going to go up here, right? We're going to look at the top part of this here. Here's Australia again, right? Now I got a message that there were camels. There are actually camels in Australia. So we see a camel right
You froze up.
Nova Guinea, right? Half of Australia was Nova Guinea, and then the other half, it looks like it was Brasilia, not Brazil, but Brasilia, right? And so you got a camel right here. And then I was like, maybe that could be a llama, because I was looking at this joker right here, but this is a one hump camel. But then this right here is like a camel, because you can see that hump right there in the middle of its back is somewhat accentuated, right? So it's got a single hump. There it is, chilling, right? You got all kinds of crazy creatures chilling over here. You got this griffin right there by himself doing his thing. And then you got this griffin just going to battle with the lion right here, right? So, like, again, and then you got this griffin down here just just looks like this giant, or this, it's not a cyclops, but it looks like this dude with a club and a skin, like Fred Flintstone, is just about to go to work on this dang griffin, or what appears to be this creature with wings, a tail, and sharp claws, feet, and a forked tongue. But he got that club and going Babe Ruth on this clown right here. You got
Probably the
what looks
original
like,
snake.
yeah, right. And then this looks like it could be a unicorn. I don't know if that's an ear or if that's a horn, but it's got ears, and it almost looks like one of those cave paintings. The way this is drawn looks like those cave paintings that they talk about that they find in Normandy. You know what I'm saying? So here's more right here. All right. So we got more right there. Let me see if I could translate that real quick. I'm gonna come up with a translation for that. Y'all just bear with me. In questi paesi Non ancora. So here's something that dawned on me, y'all. Does everybody know who James Van Allen is? James Van Allen. Just go
I'm
ahead,
not
type.
sure.
You don't know who James Van Allen is, Butters?
No.
So James Van Allen is the one that found the Van Allen belts, right?
Okay.
He
Okay.
was he was instrumental in discovering the Van Allen belts. I think either 1957 or 1958, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he also worked alongside NASA. Now, here's what's crazy: James Van Allen was also said to have been a Freemason. So the Van Allen belts, right? These are very well known belts outside of our atmosphere that hold like miles upon miles, thousands upon thousands of miles of radiation, right? So these are strong belts of radiation that human beings couldn't possibly travel, aren't possibly able to travel through. Now let's get rid of the firmament and let's just say that they're strictly just the Van Allen belts. So the Van Allen belts, and I think he died in the early 2000s also, if I'm not mistaken, the early 2000s or the late 90s.
2006, it says. Yeah.
Okay.
Age 90.
So, all right. So he lived a long life. James Van Allen. He came up with the Van Allen belts. What I thought was his name, Van Allen. Look at his name, Van Allen. And he came up with those Van Allen belts that supposedly keep, people from traveling outside of the atmosphere at a certain distance. The sun's rays can't do what it should be able to do. If you go outside those Van Allen belts, it protects us from the sun's rays to some degree, right? But look at his name, Van Allen, VA. Just looking at his name, right? All I could think about was below, above, as above, so below. And the reason I'm kind of paused over here, y'all, is because I'm breaking this down and I'm translating it, right? So his name itself is, or his last name, the V and the A serve as, to me at least, I've just got my tinfoil hat on a little bit too tight. But the Van Allen is a as above, so below, or as below, so above, or on earth, or in earth as it is in heaven. The V could symbolize the below or the earth, and the A could symbolize that firmament, especially the A where it's got the bar cutting across the middle, where you can't go past a certain part of the apex, where the highest you could reach is that bar in the middle, that A. Isn't that crazy? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Let's see. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Lee. So mini vano nudi a schwaloro e pu. My bad, family. Just bear with me. Vicky. Vano of video dire. Quali. Forgive me, y'all. Yeah. Pero. But even hope everybody had a good weekend. You know what I'm saying? So I had a pretty decent. Well, I had a pretty decent weekend myself. Lee Altri Modo di Pubblica nel resto poi tutti oh no, my bad. Modo de
And if you're wondering what he's doing, he's translating. That's what he's he's typing it in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So He's trying to find out.
I figured that out.
Yeah, there's a lot of writing on this, and just trying to. That's why he's kind of going over, because he's trying to find out basically the information that's on here. Because without it translated, it's kind of tough. But yeah, it's just interesting on what they ended up writing on this. So it's interesting.
All right. So
Fine.
it says right there, it says in these countries which are not yet well known. Okay, so that kind of that kind of adds on to what I was saying, is that they may not have figured that part of the world, right? But it says in these countries which are not yet well known, the men go naked, and among them the older ones take the office of king. But we govern the others in the manner of a republic. In the rest, then, everyone lives in the manner of barbarians, without civility or politics. So I guess that could kind of lend credence to why you see a lot of those guys down there wearing skins. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see them cats down there wearing skins. You see like dudes with clubs, which if we would have seen this and we had no standard as to what this map was, we would have said, okay, they drew cavemen in that part of the world, right? They drew cyclopses and stuff, cyclopi, whatever. They drew those guys down there in that part of the world. It's just drawings, right? Not even thinking twice about it, just seeing what was out there. But I guess that kind of answers that question. And maybe these lands were wild. Who knows, right? Little bit of a savage land area like Mad Max and stuff like that. But I could see that. I could see that. So let's put that there. And okay. That's pretty interesting though. So maybe things happened and they're like, yeah, we're not going to go out and around there because it's kind of dangerous. Okay. Cool. But let's continue up the map. Let's continue up the map. Okay. So we got that part out the way.
A lot of the places had pirates, so they avoided them.
Say again?
A lot of the places had pirates, so they avoided them. So they didn't understand what was happening because the pirates usually killed them off where they got close.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. I can see that. And his Levante, Potente, Kimpagua. Bit. I guess these are small islands. Right. And then there we go. We got that little reflective part right there. I guess this was folded in at some point on itself. You could see where there was some bleeding over from something, right? There was some bleeding over to some degree around here. You could see that in there. There goes the Armada of the King of China right here. There goes his little fleet, or his little armada, excuse me. And the Leguini, the Leguine Island, the Leguine Island. Okay. So this looks right here to be the equator, if I'm not mistaken. No, I'm silly. That's not the equator. That is the Tropic of Cancer. There goes the little lobster right here. So that's the Tropic of Cancer. Down here is the equator. We skipped right over it. Damn. Shame on me. Okay, continuing up. Let's straighten it out a little bit. There we go. Better. Much, much better. And there we go. Okeo. Okay. Okeo. Zayton. Region. Okeo. Sinadia. Okay. Quindia. And up. And we've got, look at this. Look at how populated this is. So these guys had a pretty good foothold as to what was there, what was going on here. These guys had it down pat, and they're confident as to what's here, who lives there, and all that stuff. But when they don't know, you see the drawings change, right? Maybe the topography to some degree, they might know something, they might know a little something, but you don't see this down there, right? Wildlands, they don't know too much about it. You can just see pictures, like they say, man, a picture makes 1,000 words, says 1,000 words, whatever that damn saying is. But you know what I'm saying. Look at this. I don't know what these are.
So what's up with this
but
whole
I'm gonna
island over there?
assume-
Well,
But if you look at this wall right here, or could that be the Great Wall of China?
oh yeah, maybe. Huh.
Could it be? Like you got this thing right here,
That's
right?
true.
Can
I guess
I?
you go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
That's probably the Rift Valley,
The
and
which?
the harbor there is probably Mombasa, the Rift Valley.
Okay.
So you're probably looking at Kenya, and the big island down there is probably Madagascar, which they thought was big, but it's really not.
No. This is Asia. This is
That's
China.
Asia.
Yeah. Yeah. This is China. This
But
could be
they don't have a big bay like that, or they don't have that inlet.
well, this right here, you're heading up through the St. Lawrence Island right here, and then right there is the Bering Strait. Right here, more than likely, could be the Kamchatka Peninsula. Right down there, or right around here could be the series of islands from the United States connecting over to Russia, which is the oh, Jesus,
Aleutian
what's
Island.
the Aleutians? There we go. Thank you, Jesus. I'm having a stroke. And then over
We used to
here,
live on one of them.
is right, especially being in the Air Force and stuff. You know, I know they have a lot of facilities out there. So, and then if this is Kamchatka, this possibly could be in and around Vladivostok, maybe if this is the area of where the Kamchatka Peninsula is, right? And then coming down, they're calling this Japan. This big land right here, they're calling Japan. It's not shaped like a banana, like the typical Japan banana that we're used to.
It's
Nah, it's
interesting.
yeah, right. It's huge, and
Yeah.
it looks like it damn near connects, the area of the United States to. It looks like it looks like it
I
connects.
saw a
Damn near.
lot of these old maps actually show California looking like that as well, like a peninsula.
Yeah. Right. California isolated from the rest of the United States. I've seen that as well.
Yeah.
I've seen that too. Where we at? Boom, right there, and then Great Wall, possibly Aenean, right? Amagog. Tabin, prominent, prominence. Maybe this is like a mountain, a prominent feature on here, like a mountain. Maybe I don't know. The Bering Strait. This right here is. I know now. This is like, if I'm not mistaken, this is Wrangel Island. That's what it's called now, right? But it's called Postrea. It's called Postrea. That, right? Then we travel further north. Then right next to it, we've got, right? Look at this. Polo. Let me see what that says right there. You see what that says, that little mountain. We know that they call that the Polo de Magnetic. So they call that at one time the Magnetic Mountain, right? But that's not where north is, as far as we think we know. That's not where like north is, or the North Pole. So Polo de Magnet de le Isole di Okay. So the magnet pole, the islands of green. So that's a green island. The magnet pole and the island is green. So wow, with all that cold and stuff going on there, they're calling that a green mountain. Huh. That's weird.
Well, in the south too, don't they say there's like two different magnetic poles?
In the south,
Yeah,
I
towards
don't.
Antarctica. But this is up north. Is it where?
This is up north. Yeah, this is. We're almost at.
Oh, a little bit, but yeah, towards Antarctica, there's supposed to be like two.
Two mountains like this.
No, not mountains. Two magnetic poles is what they say.
Two magnetic poles in the South Pole.
In the south, yeah.
Huh. Oh, that's interesting.
That's why your compasses don't work properly. But this is up north, so I don't know. That's interesting.
Magnetic poles in the south.
Right. Well, declinations, but yeah, not necessarily poles, I guess.
Okay, right. Magnetic declination. Yes, this I've heard. Right. Like the
Right.
magnet gets weaker, or the compass gets weaker, because we're so far from the North Pole, which is supposed to be the strongest magnet. Right. That's why it tends towards the north every time. That once we get so far out of reach, that it starts to lose its efficacy to some degree. You know.
Correct.
Uh,
Yeah, but all this land up north, that's pretty interesting. And also the
Yes.
Marauder map had this as well. So that's
Yep.
to give credence to. It's interesting.
Yep. Yeah, and this is where
You
they
do
said
know that the magnetic North Pole has been moving, right?
is what?
The magnetic North Pole has moved 600 miles north by northwest since 1831. It's in Russia now.
Huh.
You knew that, right?
Well, that's what they're saying, is that it moves, or it has moved, but I'll be honest with you, Andy. I don't know what the hell to believe these days, and it sure as hell is not going to be me believing what the mainstream says. You know what I'm saying? Because we found
Well,
ourselves here.
according to Google, they got the movement of the North Magnetic Pole since 2020. The North Magnetic Dip Pole has moved at average speeds around 43 kilometers per year.
Yeah.
That's based on the latest State of Geomagnetic Field report published December 2022.
I
heard it's over in Russia now.
Yeah. I've been hearing that. I've been reading that as well. Not fully that, but things similar to that. And now that we've seen this, like it's difficult. It's difficult as to what we can believe, right? Hearing about it is
that's part of your climate change, because when I was born in North Dakota,
right.
We used to see 40 below in North Dakota, but my younger brothers, which were 12 years younger, have never seen it colder than 20 below.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a kid, it was always 3 or 4 days a year it was 40 below, and a lot of 30 below, and almost every other day was 20 below.
Mm-hmm.
Now they don't see it because it's shifting.
Well, we don't. The mainstream could say a lot of things. We do know that there is some change, and perhaps the change could be cyclical. We may attribute it to just the Earth going through its cycles. Like, I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm not saying that they're wrong or anything like that, but I'm having a hard time with whatever the mainstream puts out. Like, it has to go through a super strong filter. Like, we're starting to recognize that we just can't take says and take it as face.
Well, you know that there was a passage up to the North Pole that opened up some years back, but it's closed now, and they say it's all freezing over again, so ships cannot go through that passage anymore to the North Pole up above Canada. You knew that one, right?
Say again.
See, it used to be solid ice up in the north, and they never could get a ship through there over Canada on the North Pole.
Yeah.
But 5, 6 years ago, it all was open water, and they were running ships through there. But now
Yes.
it's all sealed back shut and froze up, and it doesn't open anymore.
Yes. Now I've heard of some of the ice being soft enough for us to break through and things of that nature, which I maybe maybe what they said could be true, but maybe it could also be a cycle that the earth goes through, right? So I don't know. I'm not claiming to know. Um, but yeah, still
Well,
I
to
think
give you an example of that, I, I did a thing on Ephesus, and if you look up Ephesus, that they moved the whole city 6 miles down to the Mediterranean because it kept shrinking on them. And if you go take a picture, look at Ephesus now, it's 3 miles away from the Mediterranean. That was only 300 years ago they moved it.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Hmm, that's interesting. That's interesting. So then, hmm, we know that we can't take a lot of what they're saying at face value. Yeah, the earth is going through changes. We can experience it, and then we could take the testimony of guys like you that have lived through it, these changes and the differences. But yeah, we still have to do our due diligence. You know what I'm saying? So this land right here, we spoke about it last week. It says right here, pygmies live, uh, and it's a big land, very mountainous, but not too many left of them. So we said there could be pygmies, but when we think of pygmies, we think of the little African midgets, right? Or they could be the more Nordic midgets. They could be the gnomes that we're familiar with, or they could be dwarves. Looking at the regions, the dwarves of ancient times, right? The guys with the big long beards, the hammers, just building stuff, building all the crazy metal stuff, being the best metallurgists on the in the world.
Santa's workmen on North Pole.
There we go. Yeah,
It is.
the Santa's workmen, some of the Keebler elves, those guys. These guys,
There's always a
elves like
little truth behind a lie, you know.
yep,
So we know
exactly.
now. Yeah.
Good point. Very good point. So there's that. We beat that one into the ground. Off to the next one. Off to the next one. Okay, let's zoom in. Okay. And this is the island of Borneo. Maybe they're trying to say Borneo, but here it is right here. Del Isola Borneo. And it goes as follows. The island of Borneo is a large and rich, full of rice, goats, pigs, buffaloes, and elephants. Produces cinnamon, ginger, camphor, myrabolans, and other medicines. The inhabitants go almost naked, and they all wear a cotton bonnet on their heads. Pisium in Cologne, that's the thing that's crossed out. Pisium in Cologne. And then it continues normally. And they often wash themselves. They sign with the left hand. So it's a bunch of left-handed people that sign or that use, I guess that right, perhaps. I don't know. But they sign with the left hand. They eat with the right. They use letters in leaves of bark. Hmm. They sign with the left hand. They eat with the right. They use letters in leaves of bark. Letters in leaves of bark. They highly value glass and canvas, the wool and the iron to make iron, the wool and the iron, and to and the iron to make iron and weapons, and the silver wine for potions. Oh, but it says for ontions, ontions. I don't know, and for ontions and medicines, and they do not steal, and they do not deny their friendship to anyone who requests it. Wow, that's pretty powerful. They rarely fight, and they abhor the king who is warlike. Wow. They don't like their own leader. He's a warlike guy. They don't like that, and they don't like to fight. Who he never leaves home, who he never leaves home except when he goes to prison or to war. And then to his wife and children, everyone speaks of him as a Zarabotana. Zarabotana. A Zarabotna. The city where the king resides is very large, and he lives magnificently. Okay, so that's that one. That's pretty interesting. Wow, they don't like that dude. All, hey, that's a good reason, man. Trying to put you in a fight that you ain't sign up for. They don't like him. Hmm, that's interesting. So here we go. Brasilia, and then we spoke of two islands right here, or they look like islands, but they're pretty big. More than likely, this is New Zealand, and then the other piece was where Auckland is at, right? And so we're not used to seeing maps drawn like this or made like this, but and let me bring up, in case you're just catching up, I'm gonna bring up the ArcGIS, right? ArcGIS functions like Google Earth if you don't know. It's the same thing, just a little bit more technical. So I'm gonna bring up the ArcGIS, and then we can all see, and then we can break it down a little bit. Skip. Okay. And I'm going to share it with everybody. Where we at? Let's go to the ArcGIS. Let's go down to the ArcGIS. Let's go down to the ArcGIS. Stop screen. Present. Share screen. Window. ArcGIS. Here we go. So here we are. ArcGIS. Right? And if you look, Australia is still here, obviously, but it looks a little bit different on the map. Let me straighten it out a little bit. There we go. This is home to some of you guys in the chat right now, so say hi to home. Australia. Down in the south is Tasmania. And it very well could have been that before this flood or before this cataclysm happened, if you look topographically, right, this looks like what could be the edges of like lowlands, right? Or lands grading into some sort of plateau, right? And then something happened, water covered all this, and now this is all you got sticking out. This right here, and then you have Hobart right here, right? That right there. And now the reason I'm going into ArcGIS is because of this here. New Zealand and Auckland looks mighty familiar, looks very similar to what we see in the Urbano Monte map. So now back to the Urbano Monte map. Let me get out of that. Let me stop that screen, and then I'm going to bring you back to the Urbano Monte map, y'all. Look at this old map. There it is. Okay. So yeah, there it is right there. And then right next to Auckland, we got these naked dudes chilling on top of that little seahorse, right? Everybody's happy, right? And if he got a woman on his back, if that's a lady on his back, I can see why he's happy. But I know that horse is complaining. He's like, man, get your nuts off my butt, man. Damn. Nuts all grinding on my butt. Damn, you nasty fool. I should just kick you off. Anyway. Oh boy, I need to get a life, man. Okay. So here we are. And here, right here, the island of Zubut, Zubert de Isola Zubut. We're gonna talk about the Zubut Island. That's what it says, right? The Zubut Island. Okay. So and it says of the island of Zubut. The Zubut Island is very rich and fertile. It produces gold, sugar, and ginger. They make white porcelaina. Make white porcelaina. I would assume that's porcelain. I don't know. Could be wrong. Which does not support the veneno. No, let me see that. Let me see that copy. The viveno. Maybe it's the viveno. Which does not support the viveno. Let me put that. Let me see if I could change that. Okay. Because maybe I'm reading it wrong, or maybe I sent it through the translator wrong. Let me see. Boom. Denti rossi, sucaro, sincero, molto forte, sucaro, sincero, porcellana bianca che non sostiene il veneno. 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 Huh. I guess. That's what it says. The viveno, which does not support the viveno. The majority, I guess that's the people. They make white porcellana, which does not support the viveno. And I'm thinking that's either the people or the lifestyle. I'm not sure. But then it continues. The majority of them go naked. They are ashamed, and their mouths and teeth, they become red. They're ashamed, and their mouths and their teeth become red. Okay.
It says viveno, Spanish to English. It says a masculine noun, toxic substance, a venom of an animal.
The venom. Okay, so the venom.
There you go.
Venom does not support, which does the white porcellana, which does not support. They make white porcellana, which does not support the venom. Veneno. The majority of them are naked. They are ashamed, and their mouths and teeth become red. Wow, this is weird. They don't even sound. I'll be honest with you. It doesn't sound human. It doesn't sound like human people. Let's continue. The king wears cotton wool, and on his head is a gold necklace and rings of great value. The queen wears a long cotton dress and wears on her head a palm hair like a papal mitre, which are thick and flying, and certain like little crow-like animals called the gane, which are placed at the mouth of the whales and are carried by whales. When they are inside, they eat their hearts and kill them. The islanders are idolaters, but friends of Christians. Okay. The islanders are idolaters, but friends of Christians. The island of Zubut. And that's the island of Zubut, y'all. Okay. I don't know. Yes, I think you guys are seeing it. I think I've shorn, and I'm still sharing that. So here we go. This looks like a goat of some sort right here. And here those two them naked dudes, man, having a naked fest. Look at that, man. It's like they in Cancun for Easter or something. Look at them having a good old time, man. These dudes just having a good old time. Okay, let's zoom out. And then, of course, we know about this guy right here. These are the part of the savage lands, right? And then you've got the Cyclops with his club right there, carrying that animal skin, looking like a caveman, right? You got this antelope or this deer right there, got them antlers right there chilling. Brasilia. You got these animals Look like it could be a monkey thing. I don't know. But it's weird. You know what's weird is how back in the day they had them paintings and they had them pictures. Look like these animals had people faces.
Yeah, it's true. Like
It just
amalgamations, yeah.
Yeah, they just had like people faces and people expressions. Some of the animals you could see them smiling, some of them you could see them frowning, and I'm like, man, I ain't never seen no animal do nothing like that. But they almost have like a people face. I don't know if this is supposed to be a ram or what, or maybe it's an elephant. I'm not sure. There it is. You got this bird right there in the water, chilling. And then you've got what looks like a sea serpent of sorts, right? And then that could have been the mistake, or not a mistake, but rather when they closed the page around here, that could have been it right there. A little sea serpent sticking up, chilling. Let's continue up here. Okay, this is more of Japan. So it looks like they figured out this island a bit ago. They figured out Japan a bit ago, and we know about, or rather, we're told about the voyages of Marco Polo, right? And Marco Polo is even given credit to this map. They even have his name inside this map, and he's given credit for a piece of this map, which I think is damn remarkable. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I
Marco
know
Polo.
Japan used to be a closed
Yeah.
nation on top.
Hmm.
They wouldn't allow other people, so maybe that's one of the reasons why it's the shape that it is, you know, because it
Maybe.
was isolated from the outside. They
Yeah.
used to turn around ships from
But
even bombarding.
the crazy thing about how Japan looks is that our maps, it looks just absolutely totally different. Where much of, Vietnam and not Vietnam, geez, California looks the same, US looks the same. And even though these are continents, I said Vietnam, geez, somebody slapped me. Even though these are continents, right? Like Taiwan, it's a little bit bigger, but it looks the same. Like a lot of there's still like major consistencies that if you look at a normal map, which we could do that right now actually. I'm sitting there talking about it. If you go to a normal map, you'll see, let me stop that. Let me present, share screen, window right here, and then we'll go to that part of the world even. So it stays consistent. You've got your straits, and that keeps much of people that live in and around the Bay of Bengal and the Indian Ocean out of here. You got your strait coming in here, and then now you're exposed to Southeast Asia right here. Then you got Thailand, Vietnam, and everything else right there. And then you've got Japan, which it looks like a hamburger, right? It looks like a hamburger on the Urbano Monte map, where this thing looks like a little skinny banana. It looks like a banana. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm not going to say they didn't make mistakes, right? Or maybe they did make mistakes. I'm not sure, but with we have to give them credit for the degrees of accuracy in which they made a lot of these continents and a lot of these bodies. You know what I'm saying? Because when I say they're close, according to what the maps are giving us now, they're pretty damn close. Unless something might have happened at some time that we're just not familiar with or they didn't tell us about, they're pretty damn close with how they've drawn the other continents and everything else. Now, right here is your Yellow Sea area, and this is something that you could spot on any map these days, right? As far as I can remember. And when I say I can remember, any usable map, right? This area still looks the same. Shanghai and all that looks the same. Hangzhou, that region still looks the same. Still looks the same. Then you come down, you got all this, that looks the same. Haiku and Hainan Island region looks the same. Gulf of Tonkin, everything. Like these are still consistent if you look here on this, or if you look at the map behind me, which like a lot of these regions, they remain consistent, but maybe after like 50, 60, 70, 80, maybe hell, even 200 years, like much of the maps that we have now are consistent, are the same. And I've been looking hard. I promise you, I have been looking hard for any differences, any inconsistencies, name changes, right? All that. Like I'm looking and looking hard. Uh okay, let's get out of that part. Let's get out of that. And let's go back to that. Let's go back to Urbano Monte's. Okay. Boom. Right there. Okay. So where are we? Yeah, we're in there. And there goes Japan. And then right here and here and around here would be like the Sea of Japan, right? Yeah. So right here would be like the Sea of Japan, and right there I think would be, is it something? It's Sea of Japan and the something straight. The something straight. I forgot. I forgot. I could
Yeah, I
always
don't
go
know.
back. Yeah, it's in there. Let me see. Sea of Japan and the okay. Is that the Korea? Yeah, I guess that's Jeju Island. If that's Jeju Island, then that's the Korea Strait. That little piece right there. That could be the Korea Strait. The Sea of Japan and the Japan Basin. And then look at that. You've got the Tartar Strait.
Interesting.
Which is outside the Sea of Okhotsk and not Vladivostok yet, but the Sea of O, which is, I'll show you guys here. So you've got right here, you got Japan, and this would be where Korea is around, in and around here would be where Korea is, right? You got the Korea Strait right there. And then it continues on. So like this is different looking. This is very different looking. Like all of this just looks mad different. It's shaped different. It's, of course, obviously it's oriented different. Yes. But like this closeness over here, nah, not even, nope, this closeness to this continent, which would be North America, right? The North American region, no,
Right.
you wouldn't see this. And then you've got what could possibly be the Sea of O right here. Sea of O, Kamchatka, and then it opens up into all this right here. All right. Look at that. And then it takes us, this would be your IDL, my bad. I should have mentioned that as well. This would be your international date right here. This thing poking out would be your international date line. Let's Nabasaka, Tosa, Sangiaba, Tukasake, Siko, Sumai. Wow, even the names Miyako, even the names sound Japanese still, right? They don't have like an Italian name just because you had an Italian explorer go over there. They still have Meokuea, Meokuea, Songo, Chiora, Kiora, Unao, right? Quia, Quioto, Quiote, okay. Sumai, Chiongo, Warwick, Minor. I don't know why it's red, but it is. Jufo, Miko, the province. And this is very well illustrated with villages. Like, so they had a very good idea. Maybe they took from a Japanese map as well. Who knows? And just dotted this this nation, this island nation. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at that. I think that's
Yeah, it's
pretty
a lot
damn.
of cities. It's a
Yeah,
lot of little towns and
yeah. I think that's pretty damn remarkable.
Hmm.
Look at that. So the island of Japan, still considered an island despite how big it is, right? The island of Japan. Nagasuchi, Nagasuchi. No, or maybe
not going to work here
Nagasaki.
anymore.
Huh?
Not going to work here anymore. Oh, Office Space. Sorry. that
Oh,
was a reference to Office Space. Yeah.
okay.
All right. Sorry.
So Nagasaki, maybe? Because it's called it Nagasuki. Nagasuchi. Maybe that's Nagasaki. Ancoras, again, the again region, the region of again, Ancoras. Let's see. Fonya. Okay. And then now we're starting to come into the United States area. This is like Alaska and stuff right around there, right? Anchorus, maybe Anchorage? No. Anchorus. No, that's not Anchorage. The port of St. Michael, Cape de Cruz, Porto del Fuego, Porto de Ogni Santi, Nevado, the Cape of Nevado, Rio de St. Anthony, and St. Anthony's River, the Agama, Rio de, okay, I said that. Primo, the first port, Porto Primo, Pagul, Tucano, Tirburg. Let's go back to where they said the Tartar Strait, the Strait of Tartar. You saw that on the
And you froze.
because there was an island there. There was a
You
piece of
froze
land.
like a
Oh,
whole
how about
minute.
now? I
Yeah.
apologize for that. I apologize for that. So we saw on the ArcGIS. Hold on, let's go back. We could go back to the ArcGIS. So let's stop this one. Stop. And then we saw in the ArcGIS right here, the Strait of Tartar. Let's present it. Present screen. Boom. Share. Boom. Right there. Oh, geez. That's not what I'm trying to do. I apologize. Let me get out of that. Present. Stop screen. My bad, y'all. Present. Share screen. ArcGIS. Right there. There we go. So we saw C of O right here. The Tartar Strait. The Tartar Strait. Okay. So now I'm starting to wonder, was much of this connected already still? Okay. We got Japan right here. So north, I guess you could say, of Japan, the Tartar Strait. And then Sapporo, Hokkaido, Kushiro. Hold on. There we go. Tartar Strait. All right. So Let me get out of that one. Boom. And then stop screen. Then let's go back to Urbano Montes. Share the screen. Boom. Shared. Screen is shared. And that's where, this is where that is. Okay. Okay, there it is, right here. I know I'm like kind of zooming in and out of it, but Zangia. So, yeah, there's Zangia. That straight, don't know what it is. Sissy. And more of that. Geez, and this is the thing that drives me wild with this map is that we have our map, right? Obviously, this is 500-year-old map. So yeah, there were some changes, but it's like the orientation of some of these islands could it have been the orientation, or is it that something may have happened and just changed the entire shape of what is exposed land? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Yeah. So we continue up. Terra Incognita, the unknown lands. Mare de Bargo, the Bargo Sea. North Frozen Ocean, North Frozen Sea, and then up to G. There we go. And then it's the same thing. Like a lot of this isn't peppered and dotted. Like you could see where within this mountain range right here, a lot of these places aren't dotted. So once we start getting inside, what is this? Is this the Arctic Circle? Once we start getting inside the Arctic Circle, you don't see too many villages. You don't see them. Terra Incognita, right? They don't know. You don't see them. And I'm not trying to skip ahead of nothing like that, right? But these things go missing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The villages, the lands, like you're not going to see nobody living up there. Shit. I wouldn't live up there. Hell. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't want to live up there. So let's see. There it is. Look at that. Terra Incognita. All right. So let's zoom out. I think we kind of beat that into submission, eh?
Yay.
So there it is. So it looks like, I don't know what this says. Nora. Okay. Go. All right. These are your cardinal directions. And you've got your northeast. Of course, you've got west, oest. Wow. It's funny because they pronounce it, they spell it or oeste, oeste. And then we call it west with a W. That's pretty cool. Este or east, north, sur, south, surest. Wow, that's pretty dope. That's pretty dope. He didn't even look at how he did the circle over here. He did this by hand. All of this is done by hand. Look at that. This dude's just like, man, let me just put these lines over here, man. I have a pretty good idea. This dude just, man, I got to give it up to this man. I have got to give it up for this man for how he produced this work of art. I got to give it up to him. I got to give it up to him. Okay. So now this is talking about this is now
Ironwork will be right
Yeah.
back. Oh, there he is.
Oh, snap. Did y'all lose me?
Yeah. Every
Oh.
time you start talking, you start into a conversation, and it's like, and then it stops.
Okay. My bad. So what I was saying was it's remarkable. I keep going back to how well this is drawn, even though he didn't use any kind of ruled standard. It doesn't look like. It looks like he freehanded this whole thing, you know? And what I was saying was, okay, let me not lose my place. We went right here. Damn, there I go. Right? We went here, and I was just talking about how he drew the circle. He drew the circle free-handed. You just tell. He ain't use a glass. He ain't use a coin. He didn't use a compass. Did this free-handed. Free-handed as hell. And all of this is free-handed. These guys were just that good at their craft. And they were that skilled and that disciplined to just, I guess you could say, hold the line, pun intended. Right? I'm here all week, y'all. Here all week. Wow, that's pretty damn dope. So my hat's off to Urbano Monte. And so we're going to go here, and they're talking about Japan, right? Which is crazy because we're like in that vicinity of it. But if you look to the right, this meridian starts taking us out of Japan and outside of Japan. So it's like shifted one to the right. But like I said in previous videos, these and possibly touched on today, it looks like Urbano Monte talks about what it is he knows, right? What it is he knows, what it is he's seen, or this is the testimony of other sailors and cartographers and guys that have been around and that have seen these places. So let's go back. Boom. Here. So del Giappone, or of Japan. So let me get that. Give me a second. Okay. Sabat, Spagna, Spain, del Japan. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I missed something. Wanna read you this. The king of Spania, of Spain, I think it is, right? The king of Spain and the Indies. So that reads, the king of Spain and the Indies dominates the east and the west. The Catholic king comes to the holy church obedient and full of holy and perfect knowledge. So obviously Urbano Monte wouldn't be talking this mess about this dude unless he like knew of him. So he's giving him mad props. Right? He's dick riding basically. So he pulls to Jesus. Oh, I don't want to mix those two in the same sentence. Says he pulls to Jesus those lost people who were prey to the cursed enemy, and while to the soul seeks the health of others and acquires glory and virtue from God. Okay. Okay, so that's that picture, the King of Spain. Okay, let's move along, folks. Move along. Nothing to see here. Okay. Okay. All right, here we go. Of Japan. That says of Japan. Japan is 3 times the size of Italy. Y'all hear that? Japan is 3 times the size of Italy.
Oh, now you're gonna have to do a Wikipedia search and find out if that's true.
Yes.
You can actually
Huh.
look up the mileage, right?
Yeah. So Japan is 3 times the size of Italy. We'll get into that here in a second. It was discovered by Portuguese merchants in the year 400 and is a very healthy and rich country. The people live for 100 years and are healthier and more robust. Now, this is funny because now we have an island south of Japan that I'm sure you guys are very familiar with. We have Flat Earth Banjo that lives on one of those islands, and that island is called Okinawa. And of course, this is my favorite island. And it lots of fruit and people that you can get along with. I don't know why Jerry acts the way he's acting, but he needs to stop. What I think is that you should buy my book. Of course, it's a good book. It's like, let me stop. I'm over there poking fun at old Banjo, but he lives on that island, right? And the reason I'm talking about that island of Japan is because it's known to be one of those islands where people live for a long time. Another one of those islands is funny enough, they're talking about Italy and Japan. Another one of those islands is in Italy or off the coast of Italy. And I'm not talking about Sicily, I'm talking about Sardinia. I used to live there, and it was known as the land of giants, number one, but it was also known as one of those places in the world where people live for a long ass time, right? Yeah.
Well, maybe because a third of them have hydrogen machines, as Andy
Yeah,
said.
hey, there we go, man. Coming back to 0 point. They got that
Pulling up.
hydrogen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, by the way, I'm looking it up right now. It says Japan. This is based off Wikipedia. Area total 145,937 square miles,
right.
and it says Italy is 116,350. So it's actually not like it's not even that much. Yeah, maybe 30% larger. But
Yeah,
that's interesting because they said 4 times. But
it's 4 times. And these guys weren't off with their math back in the day either.
yeah, so that's pretty
So
interesting. Why
yeah,
would he
it's
actually do that?
exactly. And here's the thing: is I'm gonna go out on a limb here to say that it's also interesting because like that's like the first thing they talk about, or that's one of the first things they talk about.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
It's like,
So I
yo,
mean, it's a
it's
pretty
like
big claim.
exactly. That's a big claim to right out the gate. That's the first
Mm.
thing you say. And if you look at the map, which we'll go back to it, actually, let's go to it real quick, right? Let's look at Italy. Let's look at what was known as Japan, right? Looks like a brain, if anything. This. And let's head east or west, excuse me. Let's head west. Let's look at
I mean,
this.
with all the earthquakes they have and stuff too, you never know what's happened. You know.
Exactly. Exactly. So here's Italy. Italy still looks like a boot. Still looks like this. So, like I said, and Sicily still looks like this, right? Sardinia still looks like this. Corsica still look like this.
Andy says it was discovered in 400 AD, 1100 years.
See,
It's interesting.
Crete looks like this still. Cyprus still. So this region basically hasn't lost much. Hasn't lost much of itself. It still looks the same for the most part. I'm sure there are some small differences, but this looks the same. And here's the thing, this is where he's from. So don't you think he would have drawn where he's from? Like, he's like, yo, this is it. Like, this is exactly where we live. This is it. So he's going to draw that the best. And then you zoom in there to where Japan is, right? And this is what we got. And now this is like they said this was found by the Portuguese like roughly the year 400. So this is like 1100 years prior to him making this map. So you think they'd have it in some kind of detail, right? Exactly how that map looks or how those previous or how the prior maps look. So this is Japan at the present time when he drew that map 1587. And all we got now is a banana that's barely bigger than Italy. Meanwhile, he's saying it's 4 times the size of Italy. And I'm not going to include Sicily either. I'm just talking about the mainland. You understand what I'm saying? The whole boot, all the way up to the dang thigh.
I think we need to go scuba diving.
Yeah, totally.
Totally. Be interesting.
So let's continue. I got an echo. There we go. Thank you. All right, so it says of Japan, 3 times the size of Italy. It was discovered by Portuguese merchants in the year 400, and is a very healthy and rich country. The people live for 100 years and are healthier and more robust. There are no doctors, but they are treated with simple doctors who they know, appropriate to the infirmities.
That's the way it should be. What?
Yep.
Oh,
Yep. These people had sense back then.
yeah.
Wars now to acquire lordships and glory. There are 66 small kingdoms in the island. Eratio.
That was before they were all anime.
Yeah, right.
And furries and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yo, I got an echo from you. I think it's coming from your thing.
Yeah, I think it is me. I'll mute, but is it still?
Let me see.
Echoing?
Yeah, it is. I still got echo.
Maybe I'd put my headphones on. Sometimes it does that, or I'll have to drop out.
Okay, yeah, give it a whirl. See what we get. I don't want you to miss it. So it continues with let me see. The kingdoms. There are 66 small kingdoms in the island. Eratio, all idolaters. Now God think the majority are Christians. Eratio, all idolaters. Now God think the majority all are Christians. And in the year like 800, I think that's 800. In the year 800, all right, I venerate 4 of their princes sent by their kings to recognize the Roman pontiff. Their head was then Pope Gregory the 10th Fertio. They saw his death and the creation of Pope 16th the 5th, and venerated in Milan. Okay. And that is of Japan. Okay, that is of Japan, people. Let me see. Are you back? Are we back?
I'm still here, but I'm probably still getting an echo. I haven't put my headphones on. Echoing still?
A little bit. A little bit. All right, let me go to the family. I know I'm missing out on you guys. I'm not neglecting y'all. I just wanted to get through some of that, family. Arctic also 50 degrees above the normal yesterday. What a coincidence. All right. Fort Jackson, I don't believe anything they say anymore. Yeah, that's right. The map was around the honest Nephilim, to be honest. Yeah, antediluvian. Yep. I'm glad they are all right. It's been worthwhile watching. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It was totally worth it. Mr. Harold brought the hammer down tonight, man. It was some amazing information. And also, I hope you guys keep that information and hit him up, whether you're going to purchase or you need a little bit more prior to purchasing. But this is a God bless. So definitely a big blessing from Mr. Harold. Can we get that message?
Do your research. Go in with a couple of friends or something and try it out.
Right. That's right. And if you have close neighbors or something, go on with them, split it 50-50, 200 a piece, get it. You know what I'm saying? Get it and then work with it. Work with it. Like I think that's a phenomenal idea, actually.
Heck, if you can bottle it for $35 for 20 of them, oh my God.
Yeah.
Yep. Crazy.
Now Mr. Andrew's going to be working his ass off making them things, but I mean, hell, it's all for the good. It's all for the good. Douglas. How did Urbano Monte converse with the natives of each country? I have no idea. That's actually worth considering, and that's a good question. I have no idea. But I wonder. I wonder. Maybe he had a Rosetta Stone. I don't know, or maybe he had a translator. A lot of times, these guys brought people back to their country and they got them up to speed with the language, and they brought the people back and forth, and they had translators. They had translators. I do know that could speak multiple languages, so they can basically decipher writing, or they can just converse back and forth with whoever the natives were of that land, and the explorers, the map makers, right? Just got off work, gonna listen on my drive. Yeah, exactly, Sandro. Maybe this was before the Tower of Babel. Yeah, possibly, possibly. Awaken Nemesis, brother. It's good to see you, man. And I'm sorry I missed a lot of y'all. You know what I'm saying? That were coming into the chat saying what's up. You know, you guys missed out on a lot of really good information if you're just coming in. Earlier on, Mr. Andrew Harold came in with the hydrogen water machine, and dropped a lot of good and awesome gems to the good people in this chat and on the channel. And we learned quite a bit. I know I learned a whole lot tonight. And I'm going to actually purchase one of his machines here shortly. But yeah, y'all ain't got to do what I'm doing, but I know I'm doing it. So I ain't waiting on
I
nobody
already
to tell
have
me.
one.
Yeah. And so Buttered Biscuits already got one. Brian's already got one. Me, man, I'm gonna be like him. I'm gonna be like Mike, and I'm gonna buy me one.
That's
You
it.
up in
Yeah.
prayer, David. Yeah, man. Many blessings, many blessings.
It was just funny when you asked me to come on. I was like, yeah, I won't give it justice if Andy doesn't come. So
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, I feel you on
okay.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
so
blessed when he said yes. So I was like, oh, that's good news. So
hmm
I
so it
felt like
says,
you would have only got 10% of the knowledge out of it if it was me. You know what I mean?
yeah. And so it's always best to get
Yeah.
it from the horse's mouth, totally. And so
That
Irish
is
Judah Tribe
right.
says a lot of maps like this are pieced together from other maps. 500 years ago, this guy may have had a map that survived the burning of the Library of Alexandria, some lost long ago. That's a possibility, Irish Judah Tribe, sure. But at the same time, this whole burning, like, here's one recurring theme I'm starting to notice. This burning of the Library of Alexandria, why did they burn that? Why did they burn that? Did they burn that? Was there a burning, or was it just destroyed? Right? We see, especially through these channels that are starting to dig up a lot of this old world information and old world tech. Especially if you go to My Lunch Break, if you go to John Boosters, if you go to John Levy, geomancy, you name it, they all are starting to come up with much of the same information, that these places were deliberately set ablaze. You know what I'm saying? Or they could have possibly, I'm not saying they were deliberately, or they possibly could have been set ablaze deliberately, right? Not too many deaths, or to no deaths in these fires, but this is a recurring theme. The fires happened. These places were demolished or destroyed, and they were told, oh, it was just a cataclysm, it was just a fire, right? They were getting rid of old buildings. They were getting rid of something that stood here, that was here possibly for a long time. Old technology that they want erased from our history, our new history that they're starting to
Or
make.
knowledge.
Or knowledge, right? Old knowledge, old technology. One of the recurring things that you hear about are the bells, the removal of bells, right? What were the bells there for? The removal of the bells in England, or the removal of the bells, the removal and the destruction. And these things were sent to like a foundry, melted down, and they said that they turned them into ammo, or they turned them into a ship, right? These huge bells melted down. Why were they melted down? For what? You know what I'm saying? And so you're talking about the Library of Alexandria being burnt down, and then them taking, or rather lost maps being retained someplace. Who knows? Who knows whether it was burnt down or destroyed? Very possibly. They lied about everything, exactly. So Jesus is a derogatory term. The church fallen means earth pig. Wow. That I did not know. I need to change. I need to fix myself. Italy's Mandela effect. I believe does look like a boot. Yeah. My dad is from Sardinia. Oh, Sandro. Yeah, Sardinia is amazing. If you've ever been to Sardinia, if you haven't been to Sardinia, in this chat has never been to Sardinia, highly recommend it. I used to live in a place called La Maddalena, and then I moved over to the island next to it called Palau. It's beautiful. The water's freezing cold, but it is the best place. It is the best place on earth. Joke. I did this, Lord. All right. It sounds like you guys lost me for a little bit, but I'm back. But if you have a chance to go to Sardinia, if anybody has a chance to go, highly recommend it. Looks like we lost Andy. He may come back. If not, man, Andy, it was awesome having you on. Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir. Maybe he got bored.
Yeah, maybe he did.
Not his subject matter.
Yep. No idea this, Lord, but the map more resembles a high heel, kind of like the Bible changes trends toward the LGBT agenda. Yeah. This, Lord. Okay. Sleep. Sandro. Night, Sandro. Hey, Mr. Super Sidewinder, thanks for being here. And Sandro, is still here, of course. Eskimo-ish. Recently found 7,000 new islands. Yes, that's a very good point, Sandro. Japan just last year said they found 7,000 new islands. So, Lord knows. Right? Just a little bit. Hey, y'all. Raleigh Studios, welcome, man. Sorry to be getting to you so late. I'm just coming through here. Major discoveries on the map today. Just the size of Japan, really. The size of Japan. Noticing that the Australian continent, or that continent way down at the bottom of the map, or the southern portion, is like basically virtually inhabited, only with a bunch of savages and crazy animals living there. Really, that's it. And it was said, or it was spoken of in one of those triangles, how there, or not necessarily one of those triangles, but on the land itself, it said, hey, we didn't really discover much down here, so we really can't tell you much, except it's basically savage lands with savage people, right? Try to tell Riley. Have to go watch. Yep. Does it all taste like water? Yes, if you're talking about the hydrogen stuff, yes, it does. Hydrogen biscuits is not, buttered biscuits is not hydro biscuits.
Hydrogen biscuits. I love it.
Hydrogen biscuits. So amazing. They just changed the name, man. That's what's up. People are always trying to hoard knowledge.
Just don't try to match to it.
Yeah. Don't exactly. Whatever you do, don't do that.
Yeah.
So they could hide everything in the Vatican. Dumbs leading the jury. Yeah. All books probably went to the Vatican, then burnt the building. Yeah, I could see that. Exactly. I could see that totally. All books went to the Vatican and probably burnt the whole bitch down. That's right. So there was nothing left behind, or they destroyed it. The interweb. Yep. John is on my list. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of them. There's something Altrio as well. I'll look him up. But yeah, you have a lot of guys doing the old world now, and they're starting to become pretty prominent. So let these guys become a fixture. I'll probably do a little something on them the next time, because we're not going to get the entire quadrant tonight. I could tell you that right now. It's starting to get a little bit late, and I can't be doing this. I can't be doing super late tonight, but we're gonna press a little bit.
Me neither. I'm not staying up till 5 again, man.
Yeah, right. But we're totally gonna press a little bit more, and then we're gonna continue tomorrow. We're gonna pick it back up. Tomorrow's Wednesday, right? Yeah, we're gonna pick it back up tomorrow. It's a purge. Yeah, it is a purge. It is a purge. I totally believe that. Frequencies from the bells heal the body. Bells drove parasitic demon out of the Spider-Man. Yep. Super. Yeah, that's right. And that's funny. That's funny, Super Sidewinder. That is funny. The bells drove the freaking symbiote away from Brock. What's his name? Yeah, the Spider-Man, the symbiote. It got rid of that. It got rid of Venom. anytime he brought it to the bells, that's a very, very good point. I just totally skipped my mind.
That's pretty interesting.
It is.
It is.
Huh.
Huh.
So we gotta get me some bells, exactly. And we're not talking about no bell bottoms neither. From Terralba in Tristano. We're from Terralba in Oristano. Oristana. Terralba. Okay. That must be is that closer to Corsica? I wonder. And is that inland, Sandro? Let me know. No kryptonite needed here, Mrs. Super. Right. Thank you. Ironworks, you bet. Mrs. Super Sidewinder. It's good to see you, man. No, Roger Ledwell. Hey, Roger, what's going on, brother? It's good to see you, man. Naked Red riding something one looks like kind of like a mermaid. Good to see you. You're not chopped liver, man. You're not chopped liver. You're late liver. That's for sure. And then now we're coming down to the end of it, and then we'll continue on with the map. Why do you ask? Why do you ask that, Roger? I have no review. I have a video for you to review. James Ross review James Ross Clark. Okay. I'll check that out. Riley, all music in the right hertz is healing. Yeah. They use organs to help people in the best health according to yeah. I've heard this too. Yeah. The church used those pipe organs, those big pipe organs. That's why they changed the hertz to 440. It's not healing, apparently. Wow, that's pretty wild. The pipe organs in cathedrals were used to heal your internal organs. Huh. Wow. West near the coast. West near the coast. Okay. Wow, that's pretty damn interesting. I gotta check that out. Barbara, I believe, glorious music. We all know you're the best, Roger. Yes, you are. Roger's amazing. Amen, Riley. And that is all for the chat. And back to the map. Back to La Mapa. So we spoke on Japan, and we spoke on why Japan is not only amazing, but a lot bigger than Italy, apparently. Like they said 3 times bigger, 4 times bigger than Italy.
4 times, yeah.
4 times bigger than Italy, Urbano Monte says. But now it appears as if Italy or Japan is like 30% around 30, 25% or so bigger than Italy. Not nearly as big. So it's not like this guy's crazy or he's stupid or he miscalculated. I think that he knew what he was talking about. But something might have happened.
We don't know our true history.
We don't. Yep. All right. So this is of Quiorira. That's what they said. Quiorira. All right. Of the country Quiorira. Of Quiorira. The country of Quiorira is plain without trees and stones. Is plain without trees and stone. It almost sounds like a desert. The men dress warmly in leather. The women read with long hair. The women read with long hair. And they cover their heads and shameful parts with leather. Sure, they're not Russians. Anyway, shameful parts with leather. They do not have any wheat bread. And if there are any Russians in here, no offense. I just noticed that Russians love wearing leather. They do not have any wheat bread. Their main food is meat, which they eat most of the time raw. Due to custom or lack of food, they eat the breast raw as they take it from the ox. They do not boil the meat, but they burn it or heat it in the fire of the ox dung. Huh. Okay, so they use the ox doo-doo to make fires. They use ox doo-doo to make fires. It makes sense. I mean, you could use dookie as fuel for fires, but damn, I bet that thing stank like a mug, boy. They use the heat.
That's why they ate it raw.
Yeah, right. Exactly. They're like, look, man, I ain't even going to cook it, man. I'll just eat it raw. Be burning shit, funking up the place. Anyway, raging from place to place due to pasture. So they burn it or heat it in the fire of ox dung, ranging from place to place due to the pastures. The good swine have a hump on their shoulders and have more hair in the middle in from the front than from the middle in front of the middle in duels. Okay, in duels, which hair and fine wool run like horses. So it sounds almost like a boar. The patrons have no other wealth and they dress like that. The patrons have no other wealth and they dress like that. There are now other animals as big as horses, which because they have horns and fine wool, they call geldings. There are also dogs that when they change places with the flocks, they have them carried stuff. They have them carried stuff on the back. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, that's what that is. That's of Queerira. And let's go up that one. Let's check it out. Of Queerira. Then we got this thing right here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that was, but something was here. Something was here. Okay. So let's continue. So now we're on this Lacach, Terra de Lacach. And again, many of these regions on the outskirts of the map, once you start heading on this big circle of continents and stuff, like you don't see nothing but animals. They got animals on here that they may have come across. Got animals. You got cheetah right here, or what looks like a cheetah, or it could be a leopard. Who knows? Cheetah. You got a lion, and he looks pretty upset, right? Little titty monster. That's what I call it right now. Little titty monster, right there. You know what I'm saying? You got a cheetah right here, and you got a cheetah right there. So maybe here in these regions, you may have had animals like spotted animals. This could be a cave or it could just be ink. I don't know. Right there. But Terra de la Coche. And yeah, it's lined, but it's just plain, like nothing. The mountains, you got rivers with no names, right? Again, not well explored or not explored at all, really. Do some animals right there. And that's it for that. You got this bird looking up, his tail feathers up, also chilling. Okay. And this is the Tropic of Capricorn, right? Look at that. We got the goat right here. And then we got the seahorse. Huh. Which is funny because in the Tropic of Capricorn, what do you find? You find a goat with a fish's tail. So I wonder if this is either what they saw or what they were riding on. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah.
So the symbol for Capricorn is that the goat with the fish's tail. I wonder if that's what he's riding on, because that's where he's at. He's at that is a swordfish. Then you have this little pig thing chilling. Looks like they're talking with each other, and he's smiling. He's a happy swordfish. Look like that's remind me of that swordfish from Donkey Kong Country. For all you gamers out there.
You sound like Bob Ross.
Yeah,
It's
right.
a little happy little mountain over here.
All right. Saint Bartholomew, San Bartolomeo. San Bartolomeo. Then continuing. Then we have the equator right there. Then we have the Tropic of Cancer right up here. Okay, the island of Correnti. Isola de Correnti, delle Correnti. And this is in the United States. This is the United States, which is funny. You see these little islands right here?
Yep.
The island of Corenti. Okay, let me see something real quick.
What?
Let me see something real fast. Give me a second. I'm gonna take you guys. I'll give you guys access to it too. Let me not hog it all up for myself. Let me stop screen. Let me present to you guys. Share screen. Boom, back here. And then we're gonna go right there. We're gonna go right here. Okay. We have the Aleutians. We got Alaska. We're in America now, right? This is all of Alaska right here. Yeah, we got Canada and all those crazy parts in Canada. I wonder if that big piece is this. Let's go back to Urbano Monte's map real quick. So we see this as
Although
part
maybe
of this.
that's supposed to be Mexico down there.
You think
Because of the peninsula? Yeah.
this? Okay, okay, yeah, I could see that.
And then there is an island right there. You see it?
Yeah, I see the
To your
island.
left.
Yes,
Yeah.
is that the? Did they call it Catalina Island?
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, look empty as hell.
So it is accurate though.
Redondo.
De Celos.
Okay, I think it's trying to catch up. Let's see.
Well, they don't want you to see what's around there, for sure.
Mm. They can't even give it a name out this bitch. You just can't give it a name. You just gonna have that piece of land just sitting there chilling.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's ridiculous.
I'm gonna move there.
Yeah, right? Shoot. Let's see. Yeah, nothing. They won't even tell you. Feral Seamount. Let's see what else. What else? What else? So that was a pretty big island, right? So yes, yes. Okay. Baja California. 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 San Joaquin. And there goes Cali. All right, this is all of Cali. That's Cali. That's the coast. Man, the
And he's back. No. Where?
could give
Iron,
that.
where'd you go, man? Where'd you go?
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. You're back. All right.
Sorry about that. But here we go. Look at that. You could see the name on this one, but we ain't got nothing for this one. We ain't got nothing for this. I'm going to see if I can find that later on tonight. But let's go back to Urbano Monte's joint because I don't want to miss out. I don't want you guys to miss out. Okay. Let's see. Stop screen. Share again. Oh, Lord have mercy. Present. Share screen. Boom. Right there. Okay. So we're back to Urbano Monte's map. And here we go. We got these islands right here that's just peppered all over the coast of that This long ass joint right here, right? They call this California too. They call that part of California too. Right? And then look. And then we got this island right here. Huh. This is a big island. This is a big island.
Appears to be.
That's strange. Now I know it's not going to be as fidelitis maybe, I don't know. It's not going to have as much fidelity as the Google or the the other one that we were looking at. It's not going to have near as much fidelity as the ArcGIS. Ingamno. Look at that. Okay. So let's go back. Where were we? Where are we? We're here. Okay. So yeah, I thought that was pretty wild. I'm going to look into that a little bit further with the other maps later on. So I'm going to see if I could tear that apart. Capo del Ignamano, Capo del de Lingamno, Alcan Porto, Asiondo, Alciondo. So apparently they know about this part too. They know about it. They're somewhat familiar with it. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's break this one down. I'm going to break this one down real quick. See what it say. Qui si troviano. Let's see. Oh, okay. Trovano vacche e tori che hanno la goba come cameli. Huh? Really? Il pedo e la coda come leoni. What? E il resto come li nostri de Italia. Okay, so that translates literally to here there are caches and towers. Here there are caches and towers that have humps like camels. Cache e tori che hanno la goba. That have humps like camels and have chests and tails like lions. And the rest like our Italians. You hear that?
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no. We see Trovano. Yeah. Yeah. Trovano. Yeah. Vacche e tori. Okay. Yeah. Che hanno la goba come cameli e hanno il petto e la coda come leoni e il resto come li nostri d'Italia. That's weird. That's weird. And it's not like I messed the word up or anything like that. That's exactly what it says. Okay. All right. That's a weird one, but these are the animals. Looks like they have humps on their backs like camels. And wow, that's a weird animal. Humps on their backs like camels. What could they be talking about? That's weird. Weird, weird, weird. Weird. Oh, wow. Inclubiri che stanno. Let's see. What's that? Let's see what that is. This is going to be interesting. Inclubiri che stanno alla campagna a modo de tartari. Okay. And it reads, the clubbers who live in the countryside like the Tartars. Oh, okay.
Wow.
So there we go. So they live in tents, just like the Tartars do. They're like travelers. They're like nomad.
Hmm.
So they live like
I thought
nomads.
they
They
were
never
hanging out at the club, man.
Yeah. The clubbers.
They're clubbers, man. They're out in
Mhm.
they're hanging in the club.
Hell yeah. Chilling, man. The disco.
50 Cent.
You know what I'm saying? In the club. But there you could see, right? You got the Griffin there chilling, doing his thing. Right up through here. Tibarag. Chichuik. Chichuik. Queer. Okay, so we spoke about Queerina. This is the province of it. Queerina. That's it. Nice. Nice. Okay. Okay. And then you got the Griffin over there chilling, watching his back from them dogs. Mountain range. And then we have where the land splits right here. I think this is interesting too. We have where the land splits right here in Hyperborea. And then you have the head. The heads that's then you've got those rivers running out. I'm crazy. Then we're up in G. Okay. And that's that one. That's pretty wild. But moving right along. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay, we're getting to it. All right, guys. This right here coming up is going to be the last one for the night. I have got.
Yeah, I'm thinking midnight's gonna be my cutoff, man. I'm
Yeah.
fading.
Oh, Lord, I have got to get into bed because I got to be up in a couple of hours here. Okay, so. Oh, Lord have mercy. Why, Lord? Why? There we go. There we go. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. There. Oh, Jesus. Oh, boy. Here we go. Oh, flip, man. Ugh. Why? Oh, there we go. Damn. Okay. This fucking map, man. Be driving me crazy. There we go. China. We did this last week. This is this week. We did Zubat, Japan. Queeria. Wait a minute. Queeria. Queer. Wait. Queeria. Queeria. Queerira. I wonder if they're trying to say Korea and they called it Queerira.
Maybe.
Huh. Okay. This is going to be the last one for tonight. And then we're going to pick it back up tomorrow, family. But here we go. I hope I didn't lose y'all, family. You guys have been hanging in there pretty damn tight, and I appreciate y'all for doing so. But we're gonna do this last one with the X, all right? And that right there goes as follows. All right, from Jalisco or Jalisco, right? So from Jalisco, Nuno de Guzma, from Jalisco, Nuno de Guzma. So apparently that's somebody's name. And this is from him. It sounds like it's a word for word. I conquered the third year of Jalisco and call it Nova Galicia or Galicia because it is a very harsh region and the people are very strong. I built it with a shutter. Name would conform to that of Spain. People of Guadalajara, Guadalajara, the people of Guadalajara, because he was a native of that of Spain. The women dress down to their feet, and the men wear short cloaks. The men wear short cloaks. The women almost throughout the kingdom are very willing and very beautiful. I wonder what they mean by very willing. I got my own idea.
Okay, hey, now no wonder he conquered it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He's like, hey man, I conquered it. It may be a little harsh, but I'm chilling over here.
I like these women.
Yeah, I
Very
like these
willing.
girls, man. The women are willing, very beautiful and very willing. I like that. Okay. The men are strong and warlike. The lords and leaders do not carry weapons in war, except for certain with who beat those. I'm just reading to y'all what I got. With who beat those who do not fight or disband or not maintain order. You got dudes trying to run from the fight that's on their team. They're like, man, get your ass back in there. So they slap them up with the stick to get them back into the fight. Okay, I see them. Do not fight or disband or do not maintain order. When they have no war, they exercise the katia. When they have no war, they exercise the katia, are very good arrows. The country is fertile and rich in silver. So the country is fertile and rich in silver.
Probably archers instead of arrows. Good at archery.
Yep. Rich in silver, wax, and apples. They worship idols, eat human flesh, and have other terrible sins before Spaniards lived there. Damn. So it's a bunch of cannibals. So I guess that's part of the heart, them living in the harsh environment. They just eat people.
Crazy.
Salisco. Egg Salisco. Let's see.
No, thank you.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's pretty damn tough. Okay.
I'm going back to that place where the women are willing, man.
That's it's part of the same place, apparently.
He probably wasn't married. Caveat.
So
Almost
here we
20
go.
years married, man. I'm happy.
Oh shit, man. Congrats. So we got this little dog with horns right here chilling. Probably could be the Loch Ness monster, who knows. And then we got this little, titty woman with about to square off with this little tiger or something, little animal right here. A tiger, right? No stripes, but I'm calling it a tiger. Lord. And so we got this lady thing, breasts and all, paws out mad. right? And then we've got could be giants here helping each other out, right? Getting up, sitting down and stuff. Okay, doing their thing, man. Then we have more of this leopard-like animal, or it could be a cheetah, who knows? And then this looks like a big bird chilling on a tree, pecking away. And then a griffin, more griffins, more griffin-like creatures chilling. Look at them. That's a griffin if I had ever seen one before.
Mm-hmm.
Look at them, just chilling. Okay. Then right here, we're starting to get into our tropics again, which that's the equator. Zooming in, sea monster. Yeah. And then, nope, that's not the equator. What am I talking about? That's the damn tropic of Capricorn, excuse me. Again, equator. Tibrones. Okay. Then here we are on the map. That swordfish again. The rock of Partilda or Partida. Roca Partida. Roca Partida. Okay. The southern sea. The island of Corenti. Yeah. And then, yeah, here's that coast again. Much of the coast that we were talking about with the islands and stuff. Porto de Tutti di Santi. The island or the port where everything is sacred. Costa Bianca. Porto Escondido. Okay, read that one. Tiguas. Tonto. Tantiac. Volcano. Okay. But look at this. These guys are pretty. It looks like they're somewhat familiar with these regions, right? Volcano, small volcano. Got volcanoes around here.
Hmm.
It looks
Oh, there
like.
will be.
Yeah, right.
Up.
Oh, yeah. Right. Let's see. Yeah, we spoke about these people live like like Tartars. They live like Tartars. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen this before. Oh, this is just a huge salamander looking thing. Never seen that. Never seen that.
I kind of wonder if these are like spirits of the area. You know what I mean?
Right. Rubicon Desert. They could be, maybe, or maybe they're just like actual physical animals, maybe.
Sure.
And these maybe a good reason why a lot of these animals are prevalent in these regions, or the good reason as to why these are the unknown lands, is because animals like this happen to live in and around these places. You know what I'm saying? So let's actually look. So you got this big ass snake thing here. You got this griffin over there chilling. You got these big ass dogs. Then you got this titty lady right here. And they're all close to, look, the Arctic Circle. But still, and just outside these villages and stuff, you got this griffin. And so I'm just going back to stuff that we've already covered. And so we've got this up here, up and around here, the alicorn. And then so we're looking. Right. You got that big ass dog right there. I don't know if these dogs being here could possibly mean that the dogs are just huge and they're like life-size dogs, or just like regular dogs, or if just the dogs just got a lot of dogs in the region. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe. Mm-hmm.
And if you did, it could have been the dogs that are bred to live in those regions, like your Malamutes and your Huskies and stuff. So let's see what we got here. Viraggio, Whirlpool. Yep. Yep. And then the dogs right there chilling. Tartars living here, right? Like a bunch of nomads living how they live. So right, and here we go right here, right? The Rubicon Desert, and then back up in and through here. So that's it for tonight, family. That's what we got right there. That right there is what we got for the map so far for covering today. We're gonna pick it back up tomorrow, and we're gonna finish the rest of the quad, and probably talk a little bit more about the hydrogen machine. And I'm gonna do a little bit more research into it. But I think I've made my mind up as to what I want to do. And then hell, I could tell you about my adventures with it once I get it. But we're gonna finish up
Yeah,
the
that's
map
cool.
tomorrow. Yeah, we're gonna finish up the map tomorrow, and then let me get this thing off. We're gonna finish up the map tomorrow, family, and then yeah, again talk about the hydrogen machine, and I'm gonna look up some of those testimonials and stuff. We could kind of discuss it. Anything,
Sounds
Brian?
good. No, appreciate you having me on, man. I always like to share a little bit of knowledge if people haven't heard about it, and just trying to give people alternatives, and keep your, you got to keep your mind open, and you definitely got to try different things. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Just appreciate you having us on, and always like hanging out with you, Vlad. I'm tired, but yeah, I'll look forward. I don't know if I'm gonna hit tomorrow night because my wife comes home tomorrow, so I won't. I don't think I'll be up this late.
Okay, I got you. I got you. So we're gonna be swinging for 10 o'clock, family. So we're gonna make it a 10 o'clock night tomorrow, starting time. Give us a little bit of a chance to get home from work and everything else, or if you're out at happy hour and stuff, you get a chance to make it home. Um, So we're going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we're going to finish the rest of the quad, and we're going to discuss a little bit more about the hydrogen machine. But yeah, it was an amazing night, Brian. Thank you for that, man. And like you said, yeah, you kind of know what you know, and then you don't know what you don't know. If this helped you guys, let me know. If this helped you guys, let Andy know. Please show him some love. And the best way I guess you could say you can show him love is by, showing how much you appreciate what he showed you, also that product. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we don't get anything out of it. He just helps people. I like to help people. Brian obviously likes to help people. So that's like the big takeaway from this, is that we're trying to help as best as we can. We're not medical professionals. All we could go off of is what the machine has done for people in the past, based off of the testimonials. Like I said, man, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is, and I'm gonna see what it do. You know what I'm saying? And if it work, it work. If it don't work, it don't work. But whatever, man. It's 300.
You're gonna feel better. I guarantee it. You'll just notice you have more energy, and
Yeah,
you just can feel better overall. Yeah,
yeah.
you can definitely tell the aches and pains just kind of subside. You just feel like you're better when you're on it, and like you
Hmm.
said, you just forget about it after a while.
Exactly.
But you're like, okay, I'm feeling better now. So then you go back to, and then yeah, later on, you're like, you know what? I need to start doing that again. It'll just kind of like that still small voice, like he was saying, will just kind of be telling you,
Yep.
now's time to go back. You got to get to drinking this stuff again.
Exactly. Exactly. And I
So
think that's like the best thing, is when you see people starting to heal up. Well, that's not a best thing, but it's a thing where they start to heal up, then they get off of it, and then they get back, they get the crud again. You know what I'm saying? They start to feel, oh no, my cancer's back. It's like, yeah, you dumb. You should have just stuck with it. You know what I'm saying? You should have just stuck with it and done what you normally do with the dang machine. You're not out the
I say
woods yet.
definitely email Andy if you guys have questions. You can see he's pretty open. He's
Yes,
retired, so he's got time. He's out in the field usually working, but
that's right.
outside of that, email him if you want to talk to him on the phone. I'm sure he'll share his contact information through an email. If you guys want additional, research, that kind of stuff,
be happy to send it over, like you mentioned, and I'm sure he'll talk to you on the phone for hours if you let him.
Mhm.
Every time I go over to his house, I'm like, I better schedule another 3 hours because I know he's going to talk.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
it's
But
good.
he had nothing but good info. He had nothing but good info. Tonight it was amazing the stuff that he put out. But for your information, Maria Walker, um it is, well, no, it's around 400 total. Well, it's
Yeah, it's
350, but like,
350, and then like he was saying, you could send him, the shipping label itself. So whatever, it's 350 to him, and if you want to do the shipping and just send him a label, he'll print it and just ship it out that way.
mhm.
So, but he said in general, it's about $40 to $50 for shipping, depending on where it is. It's 18 pounds. He said he's weighed it. So you know how that goes. Shipping companies got to get their money.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
but
And I
maybe you
mean,
can do
at
it
the
for
end,
half that.
right, at the end of the day, it's worth it because you could go out there, spend it on alcohol, booze, PlayStation. You could buy a PlayStation with it, but
I think I'm
it's
hitting
gonna
a.
help you
Hey,
out more.
I was gonna say too, Vlad. I think you're close enough to him. He's over. He's in West Virginia. Like,
Oh, is he?
yeah, he's right off 522. So he's
Oh,
probably about 30 minutes from Winchester.
okay. That's amazing.
If you
Oh, that's
continue up
perfect.
near Berkeley Springs, if you know that area. So that's where he's located. You could always just go and meet him too and pick it up if you wanted to do that.
Okay.
He'll get
Yeah,
the address.
I might do that and just do a little trip up to West Virginia, spend a little bit of time doing that, and then yeah, pay him a visit. Absolutely, I could do that. Then he could show me how to use the machine too.
Exactly. Yeah, and also maintain it. He has some other. I sent you his YouTube channel too.
Yep.
I'd have to look it up again to give it to everybody else, but I think it's pretty similar. It's like A Harold or something like that.
Yep.
His YouTube channel, but he has some information on there as far as how to clean it, maintain it, and just set it up. But they're like 3-minute videos, so pretty basic.
Okay.
Kind of like the videos that I sent you earlier. So,
Yeah.
but there's enough information there, and he's willing to help you through anything that you might need to as far as setting it up and getting the ball rolling. He also has instructions he'll throw in there
Okay.
um, to how to get it all set up. He always throws that in, so that's
Amazing.
there.
Amazing. And guys, don't despair. You missed this, you missed the live stream. Obviously you could go back, you could see it live. The first 2 hours was of Andy and Brian doing their thing and explaining how the machine works. So guys like Maria Walker, don't feel bad because you stumbled upon the show while we were doing the map. Don't feel bad at all. Just watch it here afterwards. It's 2 hours of that. You know what I'm saying? So they get detail about the machine and the wonders that it's done for people. And like I said, man, I highly recommend it. I'm gonna get it. So like we could trade stories as to who we've helped or how it's helped us. You know what I'm saying? And I really
Exactly.
like, this is the future happening right now for our health and the health of those that we love. So I'm excited.
Yeah, and I want to hear it too. Once I want to hear the testimonies thereafter, because it's always nice to hear when people are healed and
Yep.
they feel better and all of that. It's always a good thing.
Yep. 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 It is. It is. So totally worth it. Totally worth it. And you guys are amazing. But we're going to have to call it quits for the night, y'all. We're going to have to call it quits. Yes, we are. And
All right, blessings, y'all.
that's right. And even though we're calling it quits for the night, we're picking it back up again tomorrow. So be sure to be available 10 o'clock. We're going to finish up the map and we're going to talk a little bit more on the hydrogen machine as well. Plus a couple other things I was thinking about. Anyway, family, that's what we have. That's all we have. Again, Brian, anything?
Nothing else, man. You guys enjoy your evening, get some good rest, and let me know how everything goes. I'll be in touch with Andy and see how things are coming along on his end as far as questions and stuff. So I'll give it a day or two, and I'm gonna reach back out to him to find out how things are going with him, and we'll see where it rolls, man. You guys
Perfect.
enjoy your evening.
Perfect. And you guys, if you haven't seen it, it's at the top, or it was at the top of the chat. It's no longer there, but you guys should have access to his email.
A Harold Senior. So A Harold and then SR@yahoo.com. That's his email address. Like Andy Harold. So
yeah.
A Harold
H
SR.
not Harold, but HEROLDSR.
Correct.
.com. And I'm gonna go ahead, y'all. I'm gonna pin that to the top. Okay. I'm gonna put that in there. There's that, and then you guys are gonna have it real quick. aharold@yahoo.com. Right? You guys should see it already.
A Harold Senior. Yeah, that's all right.
A Harold Senior. Is that it right there?
That is A Harold Senior. Yep, that's it. There you are.
Oh, and there it is. It's should be pinned at the top. Okay, should be pinned at the top. Should be. Oh boy, now they're not. Okay, there it is. Good. It's pinned at the top, y'all. So there it is. And I'm gonna stop popping my gums, man, because I'm talking too much. I am talking too much. So there it is, family. It's at the top of the chat. It's pinned. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cut loose, and I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Of course, I'm gonna leave y'all with my blessing, even though I'll see you in a few hours. Brian, I appreciate you for coming. Thank you very much, brother.
You're welcome.
Much appreciated.
You are welcome.
And with that, YouTube family, I wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom. And with that, love you. I'm out. Peace.